Hey, what's going on, guys? So we're going to do one of the larger projects that I've done on this channel. It's a 4-hour long project, and we're going to build a booking app for meeting rooms or conference rooms for companies. And we're going to be using Next.js along with Appwrite, which is just an all-around platform for databases, for authentication, for file storage. We'll be storing our images for the rooms that we're booking. So there's going to be quite a bit that goes into this, and we're going to be using Next.js actions as well. So Appwrite is sponsoring this video. There is a very generous free tier, so you could follow along. You don't have to pay for anything. You don't have to put in any credit card information. You can create your databases, your storage buckets, and all that. So I would suggest following along, and we'll be able to authenticate. We'll be able to add rooms to rent out. We'll be able to book rooms. We're going to add protection so that you can't double book a room for the same time frame. So there's going to be quite a bit that goes into this project. It's going to take a while, so you could just do it, in increments, and it might take you a few days, it might take you a few weeks, depending on your schedule. But I think you're going to learn a lot from it when it comes to React, when it comes to Next.js, when it comes to Appwrite. So that's it. Let's go ahead and jump into it. All right, guys, so before we do anything, I want to give you a quick demo just so you know what you're building and what to look forward to. All right, and we're going to start just by creating some of the UI, like the nav bar, the rooms here. We're going to use some static data at first in a JSON file, and then we're going to create our Appwrite database, create our storage buckets, install the SDK, implement authentication, and all that. So on the home page, we list all the available rooms. You can see there's an image. There's just a name, address, availability, and price. Click View Room. It shows us some more info, and we have the booking form. Now, if I try and book a room now, notice I'm not logged in, so it's just going to redirect me to the login. So let's quickly register a new account. So just put whatever in here. And password, and again, all authentication, everything is through Appwrite. There's no other libraries or anything like that. So I'm going to log in, Brad@gmail. All right, so now I'm logged in. I have some new options up here. So my rooms, if I add any rooms to rent out, those will be shown here. If I book any rooms, those will be shown here under bookings. So let's quickly just add a room. I'm just going to use my form filler here, and I'll change the name though to my room. And we can upload an image, and again, this is all through Appwrite, the storage buckets. Go ahead and save that. So room created successfully, and you can see my room right here. Click View Room, takes us, and now it can be booked. All right, so that's how we can add rooms. Now, let's say we want to book a room, like this training room, and now that I'm logged in, I should be able to do it. So let's book it for tomorrow. Let's say we want it at, we'll just do 12:10 p.m. to, let's say, 2:10 p.m. All right, so I'll go ahead and book that. This takes me to my bookings page where it shows all your bookings and the check-in and check-out. You can cancel it from here as well. And we're also going to write the logic so that if it's already booked between a certain time, you're not going to be able to book another, make another booking in that time. So for example, if I were to try this again, and I did 12:10 to 2:10, so let's say we want to do 1:11 to whatever, 3:11. So that shouldn't work because it's within the time frame of the other booking. So it says right here, this room is already booked for the selected time. So if I go and I do, what did we end it at, 3:10? So we can do, like, if we started at 3:11 and go to whatever, 6:11, that should work. Okay, so now that gets booked because it doesn't interfere with this time range. And of course, I can cancel the booking. So that's pretty much the gist of what we'll be building. All right, so yeah, we can sign out. So let's get started. And also, I'm going to put the link to the repository in the description, and it has the full app as well as the theme files, which is all the HTML with all the Tailwind classes. So we will be grabbing a little bit of the markup in classes just so we don't have to type out a million classes. All right, so let's get started. I'm going to open up my terminal, and you want to just go to wherever you want to create this. And of course, you need Node.js installed because we're going to run npx, and then we want to do create -next-app at latest, and then I'm going to call this book it. And then we'll go through and answer these questions. So TypeScript, I'm going to say no. Of course, if you want to use TypeScript, you can, or ESLint. I'm going to say no to those and yes to Tailwind, no to the source directory, yes to the app router, and no to the customizing the alias. So that's going to set us an application with Next.js, React DOM, and React, as well as the dev dependencies of Tailwind and PostCSS. So now I'm going to open up VS Code in that book it directory that I just created. And I'm going to open my integrated terminal because I'll be using that from now on. And we'll just go ahead and run the server. So npm run dev. That's going to run on localhost 3000. I'm just going to, I guess I can leave this open, the final version. But let's move this over here. All right, so now we have just the landing page, the Next.js landing page. And I just want to let everyone know that this is not like a crash course. You should know Next.js, at least the very basics, how to create a page or a component, how file-based routing works. I'm not going to explain that. If you're brand new to Next.js, then go ahead and watch my Next.js crash course before you watch this. So what we're going to do is open up in the app folder, the page.js is the home page right here. So I'm going to just kind of clear this out, get rid of that image import, and then everything within the div I'm going to get rid of. And get rid of all these classes. In fact, we don't even need a div. It'll just be a fragment. And then I'll just put an h1 for now and just say book it app. Okay, and then for the styling, this global CSS, we're using Tailwind, so we want these directives, but everything under that we can get rid of. So just delete that. And if you want to keep the global CSS in the app folder, you can, but what I do is I like to create a folder outside in the root called assets, and then in assets have another folder called styles, and then move the global CSS into styles. Now, if I do that, it's going to break because in the layout where the CSS is being brought in, it's not being brought in from the right place. So I just want to change that now. Whoops. I want to change that to @ and then assets / styles / globals.css. And that should fix it. All right, now there's a couple more things I want to do in this layout file. So they're now using this Geist or Geist, I don't even know how to say this font, and I want to use the Inter font, which is what they used to use. So I'm going to just, instead of importing local font, I'm going to import Inter, uppercase I, and that's going to be from next font Google / Google. And then we can get rid of these two right here and create a new variable called Inter, lowercase Inter, and set that equal to uppercase Inter. And we're just going to pass in here, let's say subsets, set that to an array with a string of Latin. Okay, and then I want to use that font globally or in the body here. So for the class name, we're going to set it to inter.classname. And that should change the font to Inter. All right, now the metadata, I'm just going to change this. You can put whatever you want here, but I'm just going to say book it app, and I'll just say book a room. And then for the description, I'll just do book a meeting or conference room for your team. All right, and then the last thing I want to do here for now is the children. This is where, you know, all the page content is output. I just want to wrap that in a main tag with some classes. So right here, let's say main, and I'm just going to add a couple classes. So let's do MX auto, so margin auto on the x-axis. I'm going to do a max width of 7, we'll do 7XL, padding on the x-axis 4, padding on the y-axis 6, and then I'm also going to add on small screens and up, so SM colon PX6, and then on large, so LG colon, I'm going to do PX8. All right, and then in the main tag is where we want to move the children prop. All right, so that'll just kind of give it a container. So now let's create our first UI component, which is going to be the header. So in the root, we're going to create a new folder called components. And then in components, let's create a file called header.jsx. Now I like to use the JSX extension, so I'm actually going to change both of these as well. So layout, we'll change that to JSX, as well as the page, change that as well. And that should still work just fine. Okay, just reload, that should, yep. So for the header, I'm using the VS Code extension simple React snippets, where I can just do SFC enter, and it'll give me an arrow function with the export at the bottom, which is how I like to format my components. And then we'll just call it header. Oops. And you can just kind of tab into the props, which this doesn't have any, and then tab into the return. And for now, let's just put in, we'll just say header, and just get it on the page. Now I want this on every page, so I'm going to put it in the layout. So in layout, let's go ahead and import header, and then let's go down right above the main tag, and we're going to embed the header component, and now you should see the header text. Now, as far as what we want to put in the header, there's quite a bit of HTML and Tailwind classes. So what I would suggest doing is cloning or downloading the repository, and then taking the theme files, which are right here, _theme files, and just putting them in the root of your project. Just copy the folder. If you do that, then you'll have easy access to the HTML. All right, so I'm going to open up the index.html, and what we want is the entire header tag and everything in it. So I'm just going to grab this, the mobile menu as well. So everything in the header. And then we're going to just put here some parentheses, and then we can paste that in. Now I have some HTML comments in here to kind of break things up, so you're going to have to just either delete them, or if you want to keep them, which I'm going to, then you just want to use a JSX comment by doing Command or Control / to comment it out like that. I believe there's 5, so that's 1, 2, and then this one, 3, 4, and 5. I think that's all of them. Yeah, so if we save that, you should see it. Now we want to change class to class name. So if you highlight one and then just do Command or Control Shift L, that'll select them all, and then we'll change all of them to class name. All right, now the way that this menu works is on large screens you have your left and right side. We'll fix the logo in a minute. But on smaller screens, the left side is going to get knocked down like that. Okay, so there's no hamburger button or anything. And this does look cluttered because it shows every link. But in reality, when later on with authentication, login and register are only going to show when we're not logged in. My rooms and sign out are only going to show when we are logged in. These two will also be when we're logged in. So it's not going to look as cluttered later on. All right, so let's take care of the logo next. Now, if you look in the theme files, there's an images folder and there's a logo SVG. So what I'm going to do is in assets, the assets folder that we created, I'm going to create another folder in there called images, and then copy the logo from here into assets images. And then what we can do is bring that in to the header. And we're going to bring in a couple other things as well. So we want the image component from Next, and we also want the link component. So we might as well bring those in now. And then bring in the logo itself. So let's say import logo, and that's going to be from @/assets/images/logo.svg. Okay, and then we'll go ahead down here where we have the image tag, replace that with image like that, and change the source to the logo variable. So source equals brackets logo. And we just also want to add here priority and set that to true. All right, so if we do that, now you should see the logo. All right, now next thing, we brought this link in, and that's going to replace all these A tags. So there's quite a few here. You can go one by one if you want, but I'm going to just put a cursor in front of each one. I'm going to hold down Option or Alt on Windows, click here, so wherever I want to put the cursor, this one, this one, this one, so all the A tags right here. We get the mobile menu, so here, here, and here I think is the last one. And then I'm just going to delete backspace and then put in link. And that also replaced the ending tag, so make sure that that's formatted correctly. All right, so save that. Everything should still work fine. If you open up the console, we shouldn't see any weird errors or anything. All right, now the last thing I want to do for now in the header is the icons, because these links up here, if we look in the final project, you'll see they have these icons. So what I did in the theme files is I just used the CDN for Font Awesome. I'm trying to find one of them, and then just added these I tags with the classes. But with React, I use a package called React Icons. So I'm going to open up a new terminal. I'm going to leave the other one, leave the server running in that one, and let's say npm install react-icons. Okay, so now what we can do is bring in the icons as components. So let's say import, and these are all going to be from React Icons /FA, because it's the Font Awesome library, because there's other libraries you can use as well. And the icons I want are going to be FA user, we want FA sign in alt, FA sign out alt, and FA building. Those are the 4 icons we want, and then we're just going to replace the I tags. I'm just going to search for angle bracket I, and let's see. So right here, I'm going to change this, or just get rid of this whole I tag. That's the sign in, so that's going to be FA sign in alt. And then I'm just going to add 2 classes, so class name, and I want it to be inline and margin right 1, just to add some space. So if I save that now, we should see the little login icon. All right, and then what I'll do is copy that and go down to the next one, which is register. Replace this I tag, and this is going to be the user icon, so FA user, uppercase U. Oops. So if we save that, there we go. And then we have the login one, or sorry, logout. So that's going to be sign out alt, and then the building one, which is going to go, oh, right here. So my rooms, replace that with FA building. So now you should have those 4 icons, and that's all I want to do right now for for the header. Later on, when we have authentication, we'll be doing some other stuff, but we can close that up for now. And then I'm also going to add a footer. So let's create a component called footer.jsx, and I'm going to do sfc footer, and I'm just going to grab from the index.html. If we go down to the bottom, there's a very simple footer. So I'll just grab this, and we'll put that right in here. Okay, and then for the year though, I want that to be dynamic. So I'm going to say const current year, and let's set that to new date, and we'll use the get full year method, and then just replace 2024 with brackets and current year, so that way it changes on its own. And then I'll do that, and then in the layout JSX, we're going to bring in footer, so import footer, and we're going to put that right below the main tag. So footer, and I mean, you can leave the background gray if you want, but I think I'm just going to get rid of that class and just have it be just white like that. All right, cool. So we get the header and the footer. We can close the layout. Now the next thing is the rooms on the home page. And like I said, I'm not going to dive right into using Appwrite because I just want to style it first, and then we can integrate Appwrite and we don't have to worry about all the classes and stuff. So if you look in the repository, there's a data folder and there's a rooms.json file. So what I'm going to do is bring that data folder into the root of my application. So data, bring that over. I'm just going to copy folder. Okay, and then what we can do is bring that into the home page. So let's go up at the top here and let's say import and say rooms, and that's going to be from, let's say @/data/ and then rooms rooms.json. All right, now I have access to those rooms, so I'm going to get rid of this h1 and open up some curly braces, and let's add, I'm going to check to see if there are rooms. So let's say if the room's length is greater than 0, then parentheses, else, parentheses. And in the first parentheses is if there are rooms. So if there are, then I'm going to take those rooms and I'm going to use map, pass in our function here and say for each room I want to show, for now we'll just do an h3. Ultimately it's going to be a card, but for now we'll just do an h3, and just to make sure we're getting the data, let's say room.name. And then down here in the else, if there's no rooms, then we'll just put a paragraph and say no rooms available at the moment. All right, so let's check that out. Yep, right here. So it's just showing us the names of the rooms in the JSON file. And just to take a quick look at that file, there's an ID or $ID, because that's how it's formatted in Appwrite, and then a user ID, because we will have a relationship between a user and a room collection, and then the name, description, square feet, capacity, location, which is just like where on the compound or in the building it is, and then the address is the full address. Amenities, which is a comma-separated list, availability, price per hour, and image. And ultimately, in the image URL will be, it'll come from Appwrite, but for now it's just going to be static images. All right, so we have that going on. Now let's create our RoomCard component that we want to show for every room, right? So for that, I'm going to go into components, create a new file called roomcard.jsx. And in here we want to create a component called RoomCard, and then as a prop we want to pass in and destructure room, just room. And then as far as what I want to return, it's going to be some HTML. So again, I'm going to go back into the theme files index and go up to where we have the rooms, and I labeled them. So we have room 1. So right under that comment, this div, which ends right here above room 2, I'm going to grab that. So I tried to make these theme files really easy for you to just grab things from. So let's put that right in here, and then of course, are there any comments? I don't think there's any comments, but we need to change the classes. So Command or Control Shift L, change that, all those to class name. Okay, now I'm just going to save it as is with the hard-coded data for now, just to bring it in to our home page. So on the home page, let's import RoomCard, and then instead of this h3 right here, we're going to replace that with RoomCard, and we're going to pass in a room prop and pass in room. All right, so if I save that now, we're going to have basically just this static data for every room that is in that JSON file. So let's start to make this dynamic. So back in RoomCard, a couple things we want to bring in. So we want to bring in image, since there's an image, and then we want to bring in link, because there is a link to the full page, the room page. And then let's start with the image. So instead of an image tag, we're going to use the image component, and the source for that, basically the room images ultimately, like I said, are going to be using the storage buckets in Appwrite, but for now what we can do is take the images. You can see in the theme files there's a folder called images and a folder called rooms inside of it. So let's create a public folder in the root. So public, and then in that we'll have a folder called images, and then I'm going to move the rooms, or copy rooms in the theme files images to the public images, like that. Okay, then, and even if I reload now, it should show just that room 1 because that's in there, but we want this to be dynamic, so let's change the source to backticks / images / rooms, and then we want the dynamic room name, image name, which is room.image. Now with this image component, where it's going to make us add a width and a height, so I'm going to add a width of 400 and a height of 100. Save that, and now we have our images. Okay, so next thing, we're just going to kind of go through and add the dynamic data. So we have the name here. Let's get rid of that, and let's do room.name. We should also change the alt here. So we'll change that to room.name. And if we save it, you should see different names now for the rooms. Okay, let's move along here. We have the address, so I'm going to replace that with room.address. Then we have the availability. Let's get rid of that and add room.availability. Then we get the price. So I just want to replace the number here, the 150. I'm going to replace that with room dot, and it's, I believe it's price underscore per underscore hour. Okay, let's save that, check it out. Yep, so that works. Okay, and then for the link here, first of all, this A tag is going to be a link. And then we want, for the href, let's make this some backticks. And it's going to be /rooms/ and then the room.id, or money sign ID. Okay, so if I were to click on one of these view rooms, it goes to rooms 2, and it's fine. It's 404 is what we should be getting at this point. But the point is, if you go to rooms / and it should have that ID. All right, now there's a heading that I want to add. So if we look here, there's this available rooms, and every page really has a heading like that. See, so let's make that a dynamic component. So I'm going to create a new component, and we'll call this heading.jsx, sfc, heading, and then that's going to take in a title. All right, and then I'm going to grab from the index.html right above that room 1 is this section. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to put that right in here, and then just change this to that dynamic title. Okay, now I'm going to bring it into the home page. So I'm going to import heading, and then we're going to put that right above the brackets, the curly braces. So let's say heading, and we want to pass in a title of available rooms. And there we go. So that looks a little better. And I think the last thing that we'll do before we get into, getting into Appwrite and starting to integrate that is do the single page, right? So this page here. Now to create a page or a component for this URL, we have to go into our file structure, go into the app folder, and create a folder called rooms, okay? Because we're going to /rooms. And we can get rid of this fonts folder. That's not necessary anymore. But in that rooms, we want to represent this ID, so we need to create a folder with brackets and then ID. And then inside that is where we create our page.jsx. And then let's do sfc, and I'm going to call this room, let's call it room page. And for now, just put, you can just put whatever in here. I'm just going to have a fragment and just say room. And there we go. So no matter which one we go to, we're just going to see room. Now we need to get the ID, which is in the URL. So we can do that pretty easily with Next.js. And this is a server component. Every component you create in Next.js by default is server side. If you want it to be a client component, then you would put use client at the top. But what I would suggest is not to do that unless you need to. And where you need to do that is if you have event handlers or if you're using hooks, then you do have to have use client. And we will have client components, but this, I want this to stay on the server. Now, in order to get the ID, since we can't use hooks on a server component, you can simply pass in here and destructure params. And you can access the ID from that params. So here I'm going to say const, and then I want to destructure the ID from that params. And just to test this out, let's say room and then ID. So if I come back here, we see room 3. If I go to this one, room 1. So now we're able to get that ID. Now we're not dealing with a database or anything yet. We're just dealing with that simple JSON file. So let's bring that in, just like we did on the home page. So import rooms from, and then @/data/rooms.json, right? And then to get the room that I want from that, let's create a variable called room, and we could say rooms.find, pass in a function with room, and I want to get where the room.id is equal to the ID that I just got from the URL. Okay, and then we'll handle the case if there isn't a room. So if not room, then let's return, and we'll just have, what we'll do is return the heading component, and then we'll pass in title, and we'll just say room not found. Okay, and we have to bring that component in, so we'll say import heading, right? And then if there is a room, then we want to show down here. Let's get rid of this, and inside the brackets, or fragment, whatever you want to call this, we're going to also have the heading, but this is going to be the room name. So let's say title, and let's set that to room.name. So let's just try that. So I get room not found, which actually shouldn't be. Oh, you know what? Yeah, the money sign ID. Let's put the money sign right here. There we go. I actually think when we add Appwrite, we don't have to include this, even though it is technically money sign ID. But we'll just keep it there for now. And now the rest of this page. So under this heading, there's quite a bit of HTML and classes. So if we go into the theme files and go to room.html, we want to get everything under this section, right? So this div with the BG white shadow rounded, that and everything in it. So that ends down right above where the main tag ends. So right above the main, I'm going to take that div and everything in it. So up to right here. Let's copy that and let's bring it into, we want to go into our room page, go right under the heading, paste that in, and let's change all the classes. So class, I'm going to select one and then Command or Control Shift L, change it all to class name, save that, and now it should look like this. Okay, now there's a few things that we want to bring in up at the top here. So I'm going to bring in image, since we have an image we need to display. I'm also going to bring in link. And then there's a chevron icon that I want to bring in as well. So it's going to be from React Icons, React Icons /FA, and it's going to be FA chevron, let's see, chevron left. Yeah. Okay, so we want to bring those in. And then let's come down here, So right here we can replace this I tag with the chevron, or with the FA chevron left, and I'm just going to give it a class name of inline and MR1. Okay, so that'll give us the little arrow. Now, just to kind of go through and change all the static stuff, we'll do the image. So the IMG, change that to image, and the source is going to be, put in some backticks, /images/rooms, and then we want the room.image. And then for this, the alt, we'll change that to just room.name. And we do have to add a width, 400, and let's do height 100, which doesn't even matter what we put here because we're using classes, but it will complain if we don't add it. So that should now show the image. Then we just want to keep moving down. So this here is the description. So get rid of that and let's add room.description. Okay. Then we got the, what do we have? Square feet. So this right here, we're going to replace that with room.sqft. Then we have the availability. Get rid of that. And room.availability. Then we get the price per hour. So the 150, we're going to replace that with room.price per hour. See that so far, good. And then the address, so that, change that to room.address. Cool. And then the booking form, that is going to be its own component. I guess, yeah, we're not going to make it work right now, obviously, but let's take it and make it its own component. So I want to get it from this MT, so basically this div, which ends here. Let's cut that. Okay, so this right here, we're going to cut that, and then we're going to create a new component, and we'll call this booking form.jsx. Let's do an SFC booking form, and then I'm going to paste in what I just copied, save it, and I'm not going to do anything else to it. I'm just going to bring it into the page now. So we'll bring it in right here. So import and booking form, and then just embed it right where I just cut it from. So / booking form, save it, and we should see the same thing. And then the only other thing is that this link, we want to use that wherever there's an A tag. So right here for the back button, say link, and change the actual link to go to the home page. So get rid of that, just /. And I think that should be the only, yeah, that's the only A tag. All right, so we have our page. Now, I think I've done everything I want to do before we actually implement Appwrite. And the reason I did this is so we could just implement the Appwrite database, change a couple things to, where we get the rooms from. Instead of JSON file, it's going to be from Appwrite using the SDK. But all this stuff we don't have to touch. We don't have to change anything in the component, in the UI. All right, so now I'm just going to close this stuff up for now. And we're going to head over to Appwrite, and you're going to want to create an account if you don't have one already. It's free. Just sign up, confirm your email, and then go ahead and log in. And you should see your dashboard, which will look like this. And we want to create a project. Okay, now for everything that I name, like the project, the database, collections, I'd suggest just using what I do just to avoid any confusion when we add it to our environment variables later. So for the project name, let's call it Book It, and then project ID, you can let it randomly generate one, but I'm going to call it Book It, all lowercase. Okay, so that's our project ID, so we're going to remember that. Click Next, choose a region, which right now Frankfurt is the only one available, but you can be notified when these other ones are. So we'll click Create. Okay, so our project's been created. Now we need to choose the platform we're using. We have web, Flutter, so iOS, Android, React Native. We're building a web app, so we're going to click that. And then for the name, I'm going to do bookit-app. And for the host name, I'm going to do localhost. And click Next. Now this is showing you how to install the SDK, although we're not using this SDK since we're using Next.js. The one we're going to use is called Node-Appwrite. So you could just ignore this right now. So just click Next, and then Next again, and then go to Dashboard. So now we have our dashboard with all of our analytics, which obviously we don't have anything yet. So the first thing I want to do is create a database. So let's go there and then create database. And I'm going to call this Bookit. And I'm going to also give it an ID of Bookit. Now from our database, we want to create a collection. So create collection, and we're going to call this rooms, and I'm going to give it an ID of rooms. Okay, so now we can create documents in our collection. So if you're not familiar with like NoSQL document databases, a collection is similar to like a table in a relational database, and a document is similar to a record. So let's create a new document. I'm sorry, a document is similar to a table. Now, our collection or our table needs columns or attributes. So let's say create attribute, and pretty much I believe everything we're going to create is a string. So we're going to go ahead and just click string. And the first thing I'm going to add is a user underscore ID, because every room that's created is going to be created by a user, and we need a way to link that user to the room so that user owns that room. So let's say user ID. For the size, I'm just going to put 100, and we're going to say required and then create. And then we're going to create the rest of our attributes, so another string. Let's call this name. Size, we'll do 100, and required, create. We also want a description. Description, I'm going to make it bigger, so we'll do 500. And then we want, let's see, address, size, I'll do 250, required. And then I also have location, which is like the building or whatever, and we'll put a little placeholder or something on the form so that they know. Size, I'm going to do 250 for that, and I'm not going to make that required actually. And then we have, what else do we have? Let me just check my fields here. Okay, so we want availability. Size, we'll do 100. And availability, we'll make that required. And then let's do the square feet, so SQFT. Size, we'll do like 25. And I'm not going to make this, I'm not going to make it required. And then capacity, so string, capacity, size, we'll do 25, and I'm not going to make that required. And let's do, what else? Price per hour, so price per hour, and size, we'll do 25, and I'm going to make that required. Then we have amenities. So amenities, and let's do 250 for that. Actually, we'll do 500 because this is a comma separated list. And amenities, I'm not going to make required. And then the last one, I believe it's the last one, is the image, which is going to be a string. Okay, and it's just going to be the image URL. Ultimately, it's going to be uploaded to storage using Appwrite. And for this, let's just do 250. And I'm not going to make that required. All right, so those are all the attributes. Now we can actually create some data from within this interface. So if we go to documents and then create document, well, actually, before we do that, let's create a user, because I want to get that user's ID and put it in the document. So if we go over here to auth and we say create user, and then just add whatever you want here. You can skip phone. Okay, and user ID, that's going to just randomly generate. So let's click create. All right, so we have our user. This is this user's ID. So I'm going to copy that and then go back to databases, book it, rooms, create document, and I'm going to paste that user ID in. All right, and then for this other data, I'm just going to grab from the JSON file. So take this name, and then we got this description. We got address. We got location, which is like the building, floor, stuff like that. Availability is 9 to 5. And square feet, we can just type this stuff in. Let's do, I don't know, 22 or 2,000. And capacity, we'll say 100. Price per hour, 150. Amenities, I'm just going to grab this. Okay, and then the image, let's just, for now, we'll just say room-1.jpg. All right, so we'll click next, and we're going to create that document, and let's create one more. So again, I'm going to grab that user ID, and then for the name, I'll just go to this next one here. So executive meeting room, we'll grab the description, grab the address. That's location. Address. Location is going to be this. And then availability, 8 to 6. Then we got square feet, let's say 1,000. Capacity, we'll say 75. Price per hour, 120. And then amenities, grab this. And then image, I'm going to say room-2.jpg. All right, so click next and create. So now we have two documents. Now this rooms collection, I want to go to the settings, and if we scroll down here, we can add permissions. So the permissions that I want are for anybody, so let's click any. I want anyone to be able to read. So if you go to the application, you can see the rooms, so you don't have to log in to see them. But let's choose all users, which means authenticated users, and they can create, read, update, and delete. So let's click update, and now we have the permissions. All right, so we have a rooms collection, we have our database, we have a user. I'm not going to do the storage just yet. We'll get to that later. But let's, yeah, I think we're good here. Oh no, we need to get the API key. So to do that, we go to the overview, scroll down to integrations, and then API keys. And we want to create a new API key. You can give it a name. I'm going to just call it bookit-api-key. And I'll set it to never expire. Click next. And then I want to select all the different scopes. Create. And now we can click to copy this API key secret. And what we're going to do is create a .env in the root, or .env.local. And let's add Appwrite _API_key and paste that in. All right, now there's a couple other things that I want to add for environment variables. So I just want to go to the docs real quick. And if I search for, let's say, next_public, it's this environment variables. So we just did the key, right? And that's the only thing that's not public. And I called it Appwrite API key. I guess we could call it this just to stick with what the documentation says. So we can call it that. And then I'm going to grab these two. So we have our public endpoint. It's going to stay this cloud.appwrite.io version 1. And then the project ID, remember I said to remember that, and that's going to be book it. So I have a few other things that I want to add to this .env as well, including the database ID, the collections, whatever collections we have, and whatever storage buckets we have. So we might as well just add that now. So let's copy that down, and this is going to be next public Appwrite _ database, and that's also called book it. Then we got the rooms collection. So that's going to be rooms. And it's going to be Appwrite underscore rooms, or I guess we could say collection underscore rooms. And then we're also going to have a bookings collection. So let's say bookings, set that to bookings, right? And then we're going to have our storage buckets. So for this, it's going to be Appwrite or next public Appwrite underscore storage underscore bucket, storage bucket, and this one is going to be for, yeah, we'll do avatars, and that's going to be avatars. And then we're going to have another bucket for the just the room images. So we'll call this storage bucket rooms, and this is going to be rooms. And then the last thing I'm going to add is just the URL. So it's not going to be Appwrite, just next public and then URL. And set that to HTTP local host, and this will change when you deploy, but for now it's going to be localhost 3000. So that's all we need for our environment variables, so we shouldn't have to come back here. So let's close that up, and the next thing we want to do is add, let's see, we want to add the client. Let me just see if I can find that, SDKs. SDK for Node. No, that's not what I want. Initialize clients. Yeah, I think this is it. So basically, we're going to have a config, a file in a folder called config that's going to be our Appwrite client. And there's basically two clients that we need to initialize. One is the admin client, and one is the session client. So if we look at this up here, admin clients should only be used if you need to perform admin actions that bypass permissions or unauthenticated requests that bypass rate limits. And that takes in your API key. Then you have your session client. So this is used to make requests to Appwrite on behalf of the end user. So this is where you're logged in and you can get your session and you would pass your session in. Well, in this case, they're getting it here, but I'm going to do it a little bit different and pass the session in. So to create this, again, let's create a folder. I'm just going to collapse this stuff. I'm going to create a folder called config. And in that, I'm going to create a file called Appwrite.js. So basically, whenever we do anything with Appwrite in terms of getting from the database or authentication, it's basically going to come from this file. So let's start off by importing what we need. Well, actually, we need to install the SDK. We didn't do that yet. So down here, let's just run npm install. Now it's not going to be just Appwrite. That's for the client if you're building like a spa. Since we're using Next, we're going to do install node-appwrite. Okay, make sure you do that. And then we're going to import up here from node-appwrite. And I want to bring in here client because that's how we're going to initialize, just like right here, new client. But there's some other things we need to bring in. If we want to use the database, then we need to bring in databases. If we want to use accounts and auth, then we're going to bring in account. And if we want to use the storage, we're going to bring in storage. All right, and then we're going to create two different functions that initialize, again, the admin client and the session client. So I'm going to do the admin client first. So let's say const and create. We'll say create admin client and set that to an async function. And I'll just copy that down because we're also going to have the session client. So session client, and that's going to take in session. All right, so with the admin client, if we take a look at this page again, we just need these three things, these three methods. Actually, let's copy this whole thing. We'll copy this whole thing. And if you're not on this page, you can just type it out, or you can copy what I have in the repo. But I'm going to call this client, set that to new client. Now the endpoint, we have these as environment variables. So instead of doing that, let's do process.env dot, and then next. Let me just check what that is right here. So I'll just copy that. Okay, so that's going to be our endpoint. Then we have the project ID. So this right here, I'm going to grab, and we're going to replace this with process dot env, and then dot that, and then the API key. So this right here, say process dot env dot, and then that. All right, so that creates the client. Now, there's a few things we're going to return here. So let's say return, and then some curly braces, and we want to return an instance of the account. So we can say get account, and then from that we want to return new account, and that gets passed in the client. Okay, and we brought this account right here that we're initializing, we brought in up here. So now when we use this file somewhere else, we can just import this admin client, and then we can use a new account instance. And we're going to do the same thing with the database and storage. So I'm going to copy this down twice, and this one is going to be databases, and then this is going to be databases, takes in the client, and then this will be, actually we'll just do this, storage. Okay, and then for the create session client, that's going to be very similar. So we can actually copy everything here and just go right in here and paste it in, except when we initialize this client, we don't add the key, so we can get rid of that. All right, and then we also don't need to return storage, because we're not doing anything with storage with the session client. And since we passed in this session right above the return, we're just going to check if session. And if there's a session on the client, there's a method called setSession. We're going to call that and then pass in that session. All right, and now all we have to do is export. I'm going to export both of those functions. So we want create admin client, and we want create session client. And save it, and that's it. We shouldn't have to come back to this file for anything. So let's close that up, and now the first thing I want to do with Appwrite in our project is replace this, because this is just from the JSON file. We're going to replace it with the data from our database. And there's a couple ways we could do this. We could create API routes that we make a request to from our components, and in the API routes use the Appwrite SDK, but I'd rather use server actions instead of API routes. That's kind of the new and improved way to do things server side. And server actions are just asynchronous functions. So in the app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called actions. And in actions, basically we're going to have a bunch of files here that are just single functions, and they're server function or server actions. So this one, I'm going to call this get all rooms.js. And in order to use server actions, we need to add use server at the top, because these only run on the server. And then I'm going to import the create server client, create admin client from config Appwrite, so the thing we just created. And then a couple other things. I'm going to bring in revalidate path, and that's just going to update the cache. So if we add a new room and we get redirected, we want that new room to show on this page rather than having to wait and refresh it. And then if we want to redirect from the server action, we're going to bring in redirect from next navigation. So that's what we need to bring in. Then we're going to create an asynchronous function. So let's say async function get all rooms. And I'm going to use a try catch here. And in the try, I'm going to destructure databases from await create admin client. Because remember, in that file, where is it? Config Appwrite, we return a new instance of a database called databases. So that's what I'm getting here. And that databases has a bunch of methods on it to deal with the database. So let's go ahead and fetch, we'll say fetch rooms. And we can do that with const. And then we're going to destructure documents, but I want to rename it. I don't want to call it documents. So I'm going to rename it to rooms. And we can get that with await databases, and then there's a list documents method. And what that's going to take in is our database ID in the collection. So first let's pass in our database ID. So we can say process.env dot, and then I forget what I called it. This right here. So we want that. Paste that in. So that's the database ID. Then we want the collection, which is the rooms collection. So I'll just copy that down, and let's do Appwrite underscore collection underscore rooms. I believe that's, yeah. All right, so now before we return the rooms, I just want to, let's say, revalidate the cache for this path. And we do that simply by calling revalidate path, and then slash, that's the path we want to revalidate. And then we just also want to pass in layout. And then after that, we're just going to return the rooms. Okay, now if there's an error, we'll do a console log, and let's say, we'll say failed to get rooms, and we'll also show the error. And then let's redirect. We're going to say redirect to a page at /error. All right, so let's save that. Now I want to use this in our home page, right? So let's go to app.page.jsx, and we're no longer going to use this. We're going to import get all. Wait a minute. I don't think I exported it. Function get, no, we didn't export it. So down here, let's say export as default get all rooms. And then here we're going to import get all rooms from actions, and then we should just have to right above the return, we should just have to do const rooms, and we want to make this function async because we're going to use await and then get all rooms. So let's save it, cross our fingers. There we go. So these, remember, these are the two I added in Appwrite. Now the reason the images are shown is just because of how I named it. I called it Room 1 JPEG and Room 2 JPEG, and those are already in the public folder right here. Okay, so remember, they will be coming from Appwrite later. But yeah, so everything is working so far. One thing I did notice though is I didn't put a key. So since we have a list here, we want to add key, and we'll set that to room dot, and I think we have money sign ID. Let's just check the console here. Oh, I must have missed a class name. Where is it? Heading? Components, heading. Yeah, so I have class here, so I want to just I must have did it somewhere else too. RoomCard. Let's see, class name. Oh, I got class name. So I'm going to select all those, change it. Still. Footer. Okay, so all the class names are taken care of. And let's check this. Those are the same things. All right, so we should be all set. So now we're getting the data from Appwrite. Now this, the single room, is still coming from the JSON file. In fact, we're not seeing it anymore because the ID is now different. So let's go to our single file. Actually, before we do that, we're going to create another action to get a single room. So let's create a new file called get single room in the actions folder. And we can copy what we have in the get all rooms because it's going to be fairly similar. So we'll paste that in. We're bringing in all the same stuff. Let's change the function name here and here to get single room. And then let's see. So same thing, we're getting databases. And then here, instead of destructuring documents, we're just going to call this room. And instead of list documents, this is going to be a method called getDocument, singular. And it's going to take in these two things, the database and the rooms collection, but it's also going to take in an ID, which is going to be passed in here. So pass that in there, and then we'll pass it as a third argument here. And then we want to return room, not rooms. And then we'll say failed to get room. And that should do it. We'll save it. Now we can use this action in our page, which is going to be in the rooms brackets ID page.jsx. So instead of bringing in the JSON file, let's import get single room. And remember, that takes in the ID, and we're getting the ID from the URL here. So let's actually make this async. And then we can get rid of this stuff here and say const room equals await get single room, pass in the ID, and that should give us the room. Okay, so if we save that, take a look, great conference hall, executive meeting room. There we go. And this is not coming from the JSON file anymore. In fact, you could delete the JSON file if you want. I'm going to keep it there just so you guys have it, but we're not using it anymore. Now we're going to start on authentication. So first thing I want to do is just create the login and register pages and forms. So let's go to the app folder, and we're going to create a folder called login and a file called page.jsx in that folder. And same thing with register. So we'll create a folder called register and file of page.jsx. Okay, so in the register, let's do SFC, and I'm going to call this register page. And just for now, we'll just put in a div, and we'll just say register. Okay, same thing with the login. Let's do SFC, call this login page, and we'll just put a div and say login. Okay, so now we should be able to click on, well, actually we need to fix the links here because they're going to the .html. So in the header component, let's change some of these links up. So let's see, and we might as well change the other ones as well. So for instance, booking /bookings HTML, that should be just /bookings. For add room, that's actually going to be room /add. Then we have the login, so that's going to be /login. And then register will be /register. We got my rooms. This is actually going to be /rooms/my. And then login again, which should be /log. Actually, that's the sign out, so this doesn't really matter, but we'll just put that for now. Then we got, let's see, that's the home page, that's fine. Bookings again. So this is the mobile menu, so just same stuff. Rooms/add. And that should be good. So now if I click on register, it takes us to the register. Login takes us to the login. Now for the forms, let's go to our theme files, and I'm going to go to login HTML, and basically we want to go to where the main tag is, and we want the div that's inside the main tag. Not the main tag itself, but the entire div inside of it. So let's grab that, go to the login, and I'm just going to replace this. We'll put some parentheses and paste that in. Make sure we change the class to class name. Okay, so if we save that, there's our form. Looks pretty nice. And then this right here, no account, this is going to go to /register. And we also want to use the link component, so let's bring that in. So import link, and then let's see, we're going to just change this to link. All right, so there's our form, and then we might as well just add the register form as well. So I'm going to just grab from the register HTML in the theme. Again, we're going to get the div that's inside of the main tag, which ends right here. So I'm going to copy that and go to register, and let's paste that in, change all the classes to class name. And again, right here, we're going to change this to link, and we can auto import it by clicking that. And this is going to be /login. All right, so if we go to register, we have our register page. Let's see, what are we getting for an error here? Input elements should have autocomplete attributes, suggested new password. Did you mean HTML4? Yeah, so for the 4 attributes, so I'm just going to select 4 equals and then Command or Control Shift L to select them all and change that to HTML 4 equals, like that. We want to do the same thing on the login. So let's see, 4 equals, select all of them, HTML 4 equals. And I don't care about this warning here. I might deal with that later. But now what I want to do is create middleware so that we can protect certain routes. Now before we do the actual route protection, I just want to show you how middleware works with Next.js. So I'm going to just close this stuff up for now. And what we do is create in the root, we're going to create a new file called middleware.js. And middleware is essentially just a function that has access to the request response cycle and objects. So it basically sits between the client and the actual request that's made, and you have access to those objects. And you can have it run on every request to any page, or you can limit it to certain routes. And that's what we want to do, is ultimately we want to have middleware that protects certain routes. For instance, the bookings, right? Bookings, add room, my rooms, those are all routes that we're going to want to protect with middleware. So let's start off by just creating a simple middleware function that just logs the requests, and then I'll show you how you can limit it to a certain page, and then we'll get into the authentication. So I'm going to import next response here, next response, and that's from next server. And then we just want our function, so we're going to export an async function called middleware, and that can take in the request object. And let's I'm going to extract the URL path from the request, so I can do that by destructuring path name from the request object, and there's a property called next URL. Okay, so I'm getting the path name, and then I just want to log that path name. So I'll do a console log with backticks, and I'll say requested page, and let's add the path name. Okay, so that's all I want it to do. Now, whenever you have middleware, you need to call the next method to continue on to the next middleware. So we want to return from this next response dot next. Now I'm going to save this and go to my console down here, and if I reload the home page, you can see right here requested page /. Now it also shows all the assets that are being used, like the logo, the CSS file, the layout, and any images. But you'll see if I go to like login, then we get requests for login /login. If I go to register, request /register. So it's running on whatever route we hit, it's going to run. Now to limit this to specific routes, we can just say export const and then a config object. And in that config object, we want to add a matcher. Okay, so matcher is going to be an array of routes that we want to limit this to. So let's do login, right? So what this is saying is that this middleware is only going to run on the login route. So if we look down here, I go to, let's say, rooms, the home page, it didn't run. It's not saying requested page slash. If I go to register, it's not doing it, right? This is just from before. But if I go to login, now it ran requested page slash login. So that's how we can make this only pertain to routes that we put in here. Now, I know we haven't implemented authentication yet, but we can kind of mock it right now and just have a variable that says if we're authenticated or not. So let's create a route that we actually do want to block, because right now we don't have any routes we want to protect. The only ones we have working are the register and login and the rooms and the single room. So let's do the bookings. We'll quickly just create a bookings page. So in app, let's create, we're going to have a folder called bookings and a page called page.jsx. And let's say sfc, call this bookings page, and we're going to return just a fragment, and I'll just say bookings for now. Okay, so we have our bookings page. Now I only want this to run, right, this middleware to run for bookings, so I'm going to add that in here. And now if I reload the page, we should see requested page bookings. Now I want to get rid of this functionality. I don't care about logging anything. I want to protect this. If it's whatever, any routes that are in here, I want to redirect to the login page if we're not logged in. Now, like I said, we don't have actual authentication, so let's just create a variable called isAuthenticated, and let's set that to false for now. Okay, and then I'm going to say if is not is authenticated. Okay, so if we're not authenticated, then I'm going to want to redirect, so we can say return next response dot redirect, and I want to redirect to, we can pass in here new URL, and then login or slash login is where I want it to go, and then we want to pass in a second argument of request dot URL. And then if I go back to bookings and I reload, it takes me to the login page. Okay, I can go to any other page, but I can't go to bookings because this middleware is working for this. Now if I set is authenticated to true manually, then I can go. Let me just reload this. Then I can go to bookings. Okay, so ultimately when we add our authentication, we'll have the logic here to figure out if we're actually logged in, if there's a session, and if we are, then it'll show the page. If we're not, then it'll redirect us. Okay, so we're ready now to actually implement authentication. So I'm going to do this with an action. Okay, so I'm going to go into actions, and I'm going to add a new file here, and we're going to call this create, let's say create session.js. Okay, because that's what we're doing when we log in, is we're creating a new session. And basically we want to submit our form to this action, our login form. And before we actually have it authenticate, I just want to hook the form up, show you how we can get the form data and so on. So it's a server action, so we want to say use server at the top, and then we want to have an async function called create session, and this is going to take in form data, and at the bottom let's just export default create session. Okay, now like I said, at the moment I just want to get the data, so we'll have a let's say email, and we can say form data dot get and email. That should get the email input, and then we want the password, so let's do here password and password, and this pertains to the name attribute in the input. And for now I just want to do a console log of the email and password. Okay, so let's go into our login form, which is going to be app login page.jsx. And we want to import that action, the create session. So import create session. And we can have this submit directly to it, right? So for instance, right here, we can say action, and we can set that directly to create session, and that will submit directly to that action. And we don't have to put a method. That'll just, React does that automatically. So now if I were to fill this out, just put something in there and hit login, if I look down here, it's logging the email and the password. And that's from this. That catches the form data. We're getting the email and password and then logging it. Now, I want to use a newer hook to handle for error handling, right? Because we want to be able to show a toast or a notification if the credentials are wrong or if they don't fill a field out or something like that. So I'm going to be using a hook called useFormState. Now, this is important. If you're using React 19 or higher, then it's going to be useActionState. They work the same way, but after React 19, it's useActionState. Before 19, it's useFormState. And right now, with Next.js, if we look at React, it's using 18. So for me, it's going to be useFormState. So we want to bring that hook in. I'm going to go ahead and import, and we're going to bring in useFormState, and that's actually going to come in from React DOM. Okay, and I'm also going to bring in the useEffect hook. So yeah, I guess we'll just I'll put that right here. So import and then useEffect, and of course that's from React. Now, if I save this, I'm going to get an error. And the reason for that is it says I'm importing a component that needs useEffect. It only works in a client component. So if you want to use any hooks, it can't be within a server component. And remember, there's server components by default. So what we're going to do is just make this use client. If I do that, then that should clear up the error, and I should be able to use this hook. Okay, now the way that we use this is pretty simple. So we're going to come right up here above the return, and we're going to say const, and then state, and then the action or form action, and set that equal to useFormState. And then what we pass in here is going to be the initial, the action that we actually want to call, which is create session, and then also the initial state. So let's say create session, and then the initial state will just be an empty object. All right. Then what we want to do is for this action, we're going to change that to the form action. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and put that in there. And then whenever we use useFormState in the action itself, it's going to take in the previous state as the first argument, and then the form data will be the second argument. All right, so let's just see if this still works hooked up like this. So I'm going to go ahead and just input something here and log, and it's still working. Okay, so again, we just brought in useFormState. We set the state and form action, destructure it from useFormState, the action we want to call, which is create session, and the initial state, which is just an empty object. And this state, once we submit the form, is either going to be a success, true, or an error. And that's why I'm doing this, is so if there's an error, we can show a toast, or you can handle it however you want to. Now let's purposely throw an error. So I'm going to go into create session, and I want to check, let's say, if there's not an email or there's not a password. And let's return an object with an error, and we'll say please fill out all fields. Okay, so we're returning this an object with an error if this is true. Now right at the moment we have required here and for the password, so it's not going to let us even get to that point. So let's just get rid of the required for the email temporarily. I'll put it back, but just to test this out. Now, it's not going to do anything right now, even if I do leave the email out. All right, so if I submit, nothing happens because we need to check for that, and that's where the use effect comes in this component. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to say use effect, and let's pass in our function and our dependency array. And in the dependency array, we want to add the state, okay, because the state is changing. If we're returning that error, that's going to go into this state. So in the use effect, we then want to check for state.error, and if that's true, then let's console.log the state.error, which should be that string, this right here. Please fill out all fields. And remember, this is a client component, so it's going to be in the client. So I'm going to just reload this, and let's try to submit without the email, and I'm just going to open up the console, and there we go. Please fill out all fields. Now, of course, we don't want to show it down here. We want to show it in a toast, but you can see how the functionality works. I'm returning an error from here. That's getting put into the state, and in the use effect, I'm checking. That's whenever that state changes, this runs, and I'm checking for that error and then logging it. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Now, what I want to do before we move on is let's just set up our React Toastify so we have a nice toast message instead of a console log. So we just want to install npm install react-toastify. And then what we can do is go to our layout.js because we need the container for the toast. So let's import, and we want that to be toast container from React Toastify. We also need the CSS file, which is, I think I might have to look this up. 1 second. Let's see. Okay, so it's going to be react-toastify/dist/ and then react-toastify.css. I believe that's it. Okay, now this toast container we need to put somewhere in our layout. It doesn't really matter because it's positioned absolute, but let's just put it right here under the footer. And then back in our page, our login page, we should be able to import toast, from React Toastify. And then where we want to call it is going to be right here. So instead of just doing a console log, let's change that to toast.error. And now if I try that same thing, try to submit without the email, we get please fill out all fields. All right, now I'm going to put that required back in the email, but even if we don't have that, it's still gonna check it. Now we'll also return a success if everything goes all right, right? If we're able to log in, authenticate, we'll have a success true. That'll be in the state. So let's check for that as well. We'll say if state.success, then we'll show a success message, so toast.success, and we'll just say logged in successfully. And then I want to redirect, so in order to redirect from a component, we're going to bring in the router. So we're going to import use router, and that's going to be from Next Navigation, not from Next Router. And then to initialize it, we'll come down here and let's say const router, set that to use router. And right after we do the success, we're going to just call router.push, and I want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so now if we submit, as long as the email and password is filled out, then let's do return an object with success, and set that to true. Okay, now this doesn't log us in. There's no login logic here, but just to test that out, make sure that we can send back the success. So we'll just go ahead and fill that out, and we get logged in successfully, and it redirects us. Again, we're not logged in. That was just to test things out up to this point. Now we can start to actually create the session. So up at the top, under use server, we're going to import, and we're going to use create admin client from our Appwrite. And we want to create an account instance after we get the form data. So let's go, we'll go right under this check right here, and let's say get account instance. Because remember, from that config file, the Appwrite config, we're returning an instance of the database, the account, storage. Here we want to get the account. So let's say const account and set that to await create admin client. And then I'm going to open up a try catch. So try catch, and I'm going to just this return success. I'll get rid of that for now. And in the try, we want to first generate, we want to generate a session. So let's say const session, and we're going to set that to await, and then on that account object there's a create right here, create email password session, and we're going to pass in our email and password. Okay, then we want to create the cookie, because we're going to have a cookie with the session ID on in our client or in our browser. So for that, we're actually going to have to bring in cookies up here. So let's import cookies, and that's going to be from next/headers. Okay, and then right under where we create the session, or right under here, so we're going to say cookies. So cookies, parentheses, and then dot set. And you can call this whatever you want. I'm just going to call it Appwrite-session so that we can identify it easily. Then it takes in session.secret, and then it takes in an object of options. And I want this to be an HTTP only cookie, so we're going to set that to true. We're going to set secure to true. We're going to set same site to strict, and we're going to set expires, and you can set this to something different if you want, but we can do new date, and then on that session object we have an expire property, and then the path is just going to be slash, okay, so the root. And then after that is where we want to do our success, or return the object with success true. Okay, now if there's an error, so if something goes wrong, then I'm going to do a console log, and we'll say authentication error, and then we'll just pass the error, and I'm going to return an object with error. Because remember, from this function, we're either returning success true or an error with a string. So that string here is going to be invalid, we'll say invalid credentials, and that will show in the toast. Okay, because in our component, we're checking for that error, and it will show. So let's try it out. I'm going to reload, and I'm going to do brad@gmail, and I'm going to put the wrong password in. So I get invalid credentials. Now I'm going to put the right one in, and I'm logged in. And now I'm actually logged in. If I open up my DevTools here and I go to application, we should see cookies right here, Appwrite session. So that's our session ID. Okay, so now we're able to log in. And again, that user is what I created here. So if you don't have a user, just create one here, give it a password, and you can use that password to log in. So now that we're able to log in, I think the next thing, before we do any protection or anything like that, I want to be able to log out and basically kill the session and kill the cookie. So let's do this. Let's create another action, and we're going to call this one destroy cookie.js. And we could probably, yeah, why don't we just copy the, oh, did I say destroy cookie? I meant destroy session. So cookie is going to be session. And then I'm going to copy what we have in create session. And then let's change this and this to destroy session. And we want to bring in, let's see, this time we're going to be using our session client because remember we have a session now to pass in. So instead of admin client, we want session client. And we're still bringing in cookies because we want to destroy the cookie. And then this is not going to take in previous, it's not going to take in anything, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of, we probably just get rid of everything else, I guess. We'll leave the try catch though. So just get rid of that, and then everything in the try we'll get rid of, and then for the catch, we get rid of the console log, but we do want to return an error if something goes wrong, and we'll just say error deleting session. Okay, so let's add the logic for this. So the first thing we want to do is retrieve the session cookie. So let's say const session cookie and set that to cookies and then .get. And remember, I called mine Appwrite -session, so whatever you called it, that's what you want to put in there. So that'll get the cookie. Then we just want to check for it. So let's say if not session cookie, then we're going to return an error or an object with error, and we'll say no session cookie found. All right, then we want to go into our try, and we want to initialize our Appwrite client with the session cookie. So here we're going to say const, and we're using account, and we're going to await on create session client, and this time we want to pass in the session, and we can get that with the session cookie and then .value. Okay, after we do that, we can delete it. Let's say delete. So we don't need to get anything from this, so we'll just call await and then account dot, and then there's a delete session method that we can use, and we want to pass in a string of current. So that will delete the current session. Okay, next we want to clear, let's say clear session cookie. So we do that with cookies dot delete, and of course the name of the cookie, which is Appwrite -session, and then finally we just want to return success and set that to true. And yeah, I think that should do it. All right, so now how do we want to call this? We want to call it by clicking this sign out button. So that means we're going to go into the header, so components header, and let's see how we're going to do this. We're going to bring the action in that we just created, so import destroy session. We're also going to be using the router, so we might as well bring that in. I'll just do that up at the top here. So import use router, and that's going to be from Next navigation. And then in the component here, let's initialize the router. Okay. Now the logout or the sign out button right now, it's a link, I believe. where is it? Yeah, right here. So it's a link, and I actually left it as an A tag because we're going to change this to be a button. So let's get rid of the href and change this to a button. Okay, and let's just see what that looks like. Oh, we need to make this a client component. That's right. So let's say use client. All right, so sign out is now a button, which means we can put a handler on it. So let's say on click, and we're going to set that to a function. We'll call it handle logout. What else do I want to do here? Does that look right? That icon? It kind of looks like, maybe just because it's smaller, but it looks like it's up higher than the other ones. But I think it's just because it's not as, it doesn't have as much height. But yeah, I guess that looks fine. All right, so that handle logout, let's create that up here. So we'll say const handle logout, and that's going to be an async function. So let's make sure we add that. And I want to get either the success or the error from destroy session. So let's say const, and then we'll destructure, and we'll get success error from await destroy session, and then we'll check for success, right? So let's say if success, then we're going to redirect. So router dot push, and just redirect to login. Else, then we're going to show a toast notification, which means we have to bring in toast. So let's go up here and let's import toast from React Toastify, and we'll say toast dot error. And for the error, actually, you know what, we can just, we'll just pass in the error that comes from the action. So we should be able to log out now. In fact, I'm going to open up my DevTools, and you can see the Appwrite session, and I'm just going to reload this. If I click sign out, there we go. It kills the cookie, or kills the session, which also destroys the cookie and redirects us to the login. All right, and if you go to your admin interface here, excuse me, and you go to your user and then sessions, right now there's not one there, but try logging in and then come back and you should see the session. I'm not going to show mine just because it shows your IP address, even though I'm using a VPN, but still. But that's another cool feature as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and log back in. And once I log in, that cookie should show back up. So there it is. Now I'm logged in. So what I want to do now is I want to be able to handle these links up here, because some of these should only show if we're logged in or logged out. And later on, we're going to have a context, an auth context, which will send if we're logged in or not down to all the components. But right now, let's just create the action so that we can use it directly in our header to show or not show the links that are supposed to. All right, so I'm going to close everything except for the header. And then I'm going to create a new action called checkAuth.js. And in this checkAuth, we're going to import, let's see, what do we want to import here? Well, first of all, we need to make this use server. Okay, and then I want to import our create session client. So create session client. And then we're also going to import cookies from next headers. Then we'll create our function. So async function checkAuth. And let's export it as default. All right, so in checkAuth, we want to get our session cookie. So let's say const session cookie, set that to cookies.get, and the name of it is Appwrite session. All right, so we got that. Then we're going to just check for it. So if there's not a session cookie, then we're going to return an object, and we're going to return is authenticated and set that to false. Okay, then underneath that, the if statement, let's do a try catch. And in the try, I'm going to get the account instance, and we're going to get that from await create session client, and then we pass into this the session cookie dot value. Okay, then we're going to get the user. So the way we get that is with await, and then on that account object, there's a get method. So that will get the user. And then what I want to return from this is going to be is authenticated, which is going to be now set to true. And then we'll return the user as an object with the ID. So the ID will be user dot and then money sign ID. And then let's do the name, which will be user dot name, and email, user dot email. So that's what I want to return from this. And then if there's an error, we're just going to return an object with is authenticated and set that to false. Okay, so pretty simple logic. We're getting the cookie, the Appwrite session cookie. If it's not there, then that's false. Then we're going to get the account using the session client, get the user from the account, and if all goes well, return is authenticated true and also the user information. All right, so let's save that, and then I'm going to use this for now. I'm going to use it in the header component. So we'll put this right here. Let's say import checkAuth. And let's see. I'm also going to bring in, I want to bring in use effect and use state as well. So use state, use effect from React. All right, and then we're going to have a piece of state called is authenticated. So let's put this right here and say const is authenticated, and then set is authenticated. Set that to use state, and the default for this, the default I'm going to have as null. Okay, now above the handle logout is where I'm going to have the use effect, because this is where we want to check, we want to run that checkAuth. So this takes in a function and the dependency array, which is going to be empty. And we're going to create, since I'm using async await, I'm going to create the function first. So let's call this fetch auth status and set that to async. It's going to be an async function. And we want to just say const result and set that to await. And this is where we use our checkAuth action. And then I'm simply going to set is authenticated to the result dot and then is authenticated. And that is authenticated is this, right? Whether it's going to be true or false depending on what happens. And then of course we need to call this within the use effect. So let's say fetch auth status. So now what we can do is use this piece of state, this is authenticated, to show or hide certain things. So let's scroll down. And I have comments in most of the areas where we need to use this. So bookings and room and the add rooms, that's for logged in. So I'm going to go right above it and say is authenticated, and I'll use the double ampersand, and then anything in this parentheses is only going to show if we're authenticated. So I want both of these links. So I'm just going to cut those, and then inside of the parentheses we'll add a fragment, and then paste that in. Okay, then we'll scroll down a little bit where it says logged out only. So the login and register, for those, we're going to say not is authenticated. And then we'll go ahead and cut the login and the register, not the building or the My Rooms, but just these two. And then in there we'll have our fragment and paste that in. And if I save, now we no longer see login and register because we're logged in. So let's keep going here. The My Rooms and the sign out, obviously we only want to see those if we're logged in. So again, we're going to say is authenticated, and then grab the link and the button, cut those, put in a fragment, paste them in. Okay, so now these will only be shown if we're logged in, which we are. And then let's do the mobile menu. So right here, bookings and the add room should only be shown if we're logged in. So is authenticated, and we'll grab this and this, cut that, put in a fragment, and then paste that in. Okay, so now if we sign out, so notice I had to refresh. What we need to do is create a global context for authentication. This way we can access the authentication state and the user from anywhere in the application, and it will also fix the issue of not updating the links right away when we log in and log out. If I go ahead and log in again, you'll see I still just see login and register, but if I reload, then I see the correct links. So obviously we don't want that. Now you could use like Redux, or you could use another state library, but React has the context API, which for something like this I think is perfect for. You don't need anything extra for something like this. Now the checkAuth that we just created, this action, we didn't create this for nothing. We're still using this, but instead of using it right within the header, we're going to use it within the context so that we're pertaining to the entire application as a whole globally rather than just the header. So let's start off. I'm just going to collapse everything here. So we're going to start off by creating our context. So I'm going to create a new folder in the root called context. And in that context folder, we'll have auth context.js. All right, so we want to import a few things here. And if you've used the React Context API before, this should be very familiar. If not, I'll try to explain it best as I can. State management has always been kind of a pain point, at least for me, when it comes to explanation, but I'll try. So let's bring in our create context function. So that's we're gonna bring that in from React, as well as use context, the hook use context, the use state hook, and the use effect hook, and all of that is going to come from React itself. Okay, then I'm going to import the action that we just created, the checkAuth. Okay, so let's create our context. So const auth context, and set that to the create context function. And then we want to have a provider, and this provider is what provides the data or the context to our components. So this needs to be exported. So we're going to say export const, and then call this auth provider. Okay, and then this is going to take in a prop of children. You can think of this as like a component that wraps all other components. And anything we do in here is going to pertain to all components. So in here, let's create a couple pieces of state. So again, we're going to have is authenticated, but instead of just being in the header, this is now in the main global context. So let's say set is authenticated, and use state, and we're going to set that to false. And then I'm going to have a piece of state for the current user as well. So let's say current user, and then set current user. So use state, and we're going to set that to null by default. All right, then let's return. We're going to return our provider. So in this return, let's say auth. We're going to do auth context dot provider. Now this auth context provider, it's going to wrap children. So whatever we pass in it is going to be put there. But whatever we want to send down in terms of either data or functions, we can pass in as a value. So we're going to set this value, and it's going to be an object, so it's going to be set to double curly braces. And I want to send down is authenticated so that we can access that from absolutely anywhere, any component, and then we can tell if we're logged in or logged out, and we can show or hide things depending on that. And then also we want to be able to set is authenticated from anywhere. So let's say set is authenticated. And then I also want to send down the current user as well as be able to set the current user. So all of these should be accessible in anything that we wrap this provider around. Now, in the use effect is where I want to check to use our action, our checkAuth action, and see if we're authenticated. Just like we did in the header, except now we're doing it globally. That's really the only difference. So let's say use effect, and we're going to be using a sync await, so I'm going to create the function here. So let's say const check. I'll call this check authentication. We don't want to call it checkAuth because that's the name of the action. So check authentication is going to be an async function. Now what we want to do is destructure. We want to get from checkAuth is authenticated and user. So that's what we're going to do here, is get is authenticated and user from await checkAuth. And then we want to set the state. This is what actually checks if we're authenticated, because it checks the session, right? So here is where we want to set the actual state for our UI or for our application globally. So here we're going to say, not const, we're going to say set is authenticated and set that to is authenticated. And then we want to set the current user to the user. And then of course we want to call this function check authentication. All right, now the last thing I want to do in this file is create a custom hook that we can use in our components to get the auth status. So here let's say export const, and we'll call this hook use auth and set that to function. And this is where we use the use context hook. Now you could use the use context hook within the component, but it'd be more work every time you want to use it in the component rather than just using this custom hook where we do it here instead. So let's say const context, set that to use context, and pass in our auth context. And then we just want to check, we'll say if not context, then we'll throw new error, and I'm going to say use auth must be used within an auth, we'll say within an auth provider. All right, and then we're going to return, so after that, if the context is there, then we're going to return context. All right, so that should be it for this file. Now we want to be able to use this, and remember that the provider has to wrap around everything basically. So that means we want to go into our layout, right? So let's see, we want to go into app and our layout. Now you might think, well, let's bring in the auth provider to the layout and let's wrap everything, right? Like put auth provider here, but the thing is, the auth provider uses hooks, right? So that means it has to be within a client component. And I do not want to make the layout client. Like we could add up here, use client, but then the layout and everything within it is going to be client side, which I don't want. So the solution is to create a separate component and create an auth wrapper that uses that provider, and then use the auth wrapper here, which I know is a little confusing, but I mean, that's just how it is dealing with, client and server side components. So let's go into the components folder and let's create a new file called auth wrapper. And this is going to be really simple. It's not going to be a lot of code. So auth wrapper.jsx, and let's do sfc, call it auth wrapper. All right, and then what we're going to want to do here is make this client side. So let's say use client, and then we want to bring in our auth provider that we just created. So import auth provider from our context, and then auth wrapper, it's just going to take in children as a prop, and then whatever is passed in as children is going to be put here and just wrapped in the auth provider. So auth provider, and then we put in children, and that's it. So pretty simple. Now we can bring this auth wrapper into our layout and use it, and we don't have to then make the layout client. So where do I want to put this? I'll just go right here and let's import auth wrapper, and then we can just wrap everything. So within the return, say auth wrapper, and let's end it at the very bottom. Okay, so now our wrapper is around everything. So now we can really simplify the header because we no longer need to do this stuff locally, like the, check this. We don't need to use checkAuth in here because it's being used in the context. All we need to use is this use auth custom hook. So let's completely get rid of the use effect. Get rid of that, and then we don't need to bring in use effect. And then we don't need to bring in checkAuth, but we do need to bring in our use auth hook from the auth context. All right. Now remember, the auth context we're providing all of these: is authenticated, set is authenticated, current user, and set current user. We're interested in these two values: is authenticated and set authenticated, and they're in an object, right? So here. We don't want brackets because it's coming from an object. So we're going to destructure, and we're going to use brackets. I'm sorry, not brackets, curly braces. And we're not going to use state anymore. We're going to just use auth, like that. And that will give us those values. And again, it pertains to if we're globally authenticated, that global value. And yeah, we no longer need use state either. So get rid of that. And then the last thing I want to do here is when we log out, we need to set that authenticated value to false. So right here we have if success. Before we actually redirect, we want to set is authenticated to false. And that will make it so that when we log out, the menu items will change right away because we're setting the global state, right? So if I click sign out, there we go. This changes right away. We didn't have to refresh. However, if I log back in right now, they didn't change, right? I have to refresh. Okay, and the reason for that is we didn't set the is authenticated to true when we logged in, right? So we basically got to do this same thing using the use auth hook, but do it in the login. So let's go to app login page.jsx, and let's import the use auth hook. And then all we have to do is create, just like we did in the header, we're going to say const, and make sure you use curly braces, not brackets. And we want is authenticated and set is authenticated from use auth. Okay, and then all we have to do now is go down to where we actually log in. let's go right, yeah, we'll go right before the redirect, and let's say set is authenticated, and this time we want to set to true because we're logging in. So now if I sign out and then sign back in, we should see, yeah, there we go. So the links now change right away because that global state is being changed. Once I log in, it's being sent down to the header, and we're adjusting it based on that is authenticated value. So now what I'd like to touch on is the middleware, because remember the bookings, we have in the middleware JS, I just have this hard-coded value. If I set this to false, then I can't access bookings. But I want this to go by my actual status. Be able to just import the checkAuth action, and then for this is authenticated, I'll just wrap it in curly braces. And instead of just setting it to false, we're going to set it to await and then checkAuth. So let's try that out. If I go to bookings, okay, it lets me go to bookings, but if I sign out, I can't see bookings, obviously, because I'm signed out. But if I try to go to /bookings, it redirects me to the login. So now it's actually paying attention to if I'm logged in or not, rather than just a hard-coded value. So the next thing I want to do is the registration. So let's create a new action, and we're going to call this createUser.js. So let's say use server, and we're going to be using the admin client, so import, and we want the create admin client. And then I also want to generate an ID for this new user, and Appwrite includes this ID that we can bring in from node Appwrite. So we're going to use that. And then let's create our async function, and we'll call this create user. And let's export it. Export default create user. And then create user is going to take in previous state, because again, we're going to use that use form state or use action state, depending on which version of React you're using. We're going to use that hook. And when we use that, previous state is going to be the first argument, and then form data is going to be the second argument into this action. And then we want to get our email, so we can get that with form data dot get and email. So we want the email, we want the actually there's a name too, so let's do first one will be name, and then we got password, and I think that should be it as far as fields go. And then let's just make sure that all those are filled in. So we'll say if not email, or not name, or not password, then we're going to return an object with an error, and we're going to say please fill in all fields. Okay, and then under that if statement, I also want to check the password length. So let's say if the password dot length is less than 8, so if it's less than 8, then we're going to return an object with an error, and that error is going to say password must be at least 8 characters, or at least 8 characters long. All right, and then we want to also make sure, because there's going to be a confirm password, which I guess we could put that up here as well. So we'll call this, what did I call it in the form? I just want to go to the register form here. And let's see, for the name, we have confirm dash password. So let's call this confirm password, and we want to form data dot get confirm dash password. And then we want to just check to make sure that those match. So let's say if the password is not equal to the confirm password, then we're going to return an object with an error, and we'll say passwords do not match. And I think that's all the validation that I want to do. Now we want to get the account instance. So let's say get account instance. So const, and in curly braces we want account, and set that to await, and then we're using our create admin client. Okay, once we do that, we'll go ahead and open up a try catch, and in the try I want to try to create the user. So let's say create user, and the way we do that is we can await on account, and there's a method called create, and what that's going to take in is an ID, and we can use that ID that we brought in, and there's a method on that called unique. Obviously you want it to be a unique ID, and that's a method, so make sure you put in parentheses. Then we want to pass in the email, then we want the password, and we also are adding a name. So that will try to create the user, and if everything works out, then we're going to return an object with success true. So you can see all these actions are formatted. They're returning the same thing. It's either an error or success. And then in the catch here, let's just do a console log, and we'll say register or registration error, and we'll pass in the error, and then we just want to return from that. Yeah, we'll just return an object error, and we'll just say could not register user. Alright, so let's save that, and then we want to use this. So we're going to hook up the register page, which is this right here. This is app register page.jsx, and there's a few things we need to bring in, and we need to make this a client component because we're using hooks. So use client, and let's import first off use effect. Whoops, don't want it from that. Just React, and then we also want the use form state. So let's say use form state, and again, if it's React 19 or later, I'm pretty sure it's use action state. I haven't used it outside of Next.js, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So React-DOM, and then we want the router. So let's import use router. That's going to be from Next navigation. And then we're going to use a toast here as well. So let's import toast from React Toastify. And of course we want the action that we just created. So let's import create user from actions. Actually, let's use the alias. So it'll be slash or @/app/actions. Okay, so if we go to the register page, good. Now, we're going to do the same thing we do with the login with the use form state. So we're going to do right here const, and we want to open up some brackets, and we have state and we have form action. And we set that to use form state, and that's going to take in the action that we want to submit to, which is create user, and then the default state, which will be, or the initial state, which will be just an empty object. Then we want to initialize the router because we're going to redirect. So use router. And then we want to add our use effect. And we're going to pass in state as a dependency. So if the state changes, then this use effect will run. And in the use effect, I want to check for state.error. And if that's there, then let's do toast.error. And pass in state.error, which will be whatever the message is. And then we'll check for success. So same way the login worked. So state.success. If that's true, then we'll do a toast.success, and we'll say you can now log in. and then we want to just redirect, so we'll say router.push, and we want to redirect to /login so that they can log in. And then the last thing is to just add this form action right here. We want to add it as the actual action of the form. So set that to form action. And now we can test it out. So we'll go to register, and I'm just going to do John Doe, John at Gmail. And then remember I put that it has to be 8 characters for the password. Let's try something that's less than that. And we get that error. If I do password that doesn't match, okay, well they're both not 8 characters. So let's do 8 characters, but let's make them not match. And we get passwords do not match. So validation seems to be working great. So let's do something that's acceptable. Register. And now we can log in. And if you go to the dashboard here and you look at auth, now there's the John Doe user. So I should be able to log in with John at Gmail. And now I'm logged in as John. Now I think we should do, since we can log in, we can create users, I think we should make it so we can add a room. So let's add a route for this add room, which right now we're just getting a 404. So I'm going to close this up, and we'll create the page first, which is going to be an app, and then we'll create, actually no, we want to go into the rooms, app rooms, and then a folder in there called add, and then in add we want a page.jsx, and we'll do sfc and call this add room page. And just for now I'm going to put in just a fragment, and we'll just say add room, just to make sure that that shows up if we click on this link, and it does. So now we want the form, which we're going to get from the theme file. So if we go to addroom.html, it's going to be, let's see, so in the main tag here, that's the section, so that'll be the heading component we already created. But we want this div with the BG white shadow LG, so that ends, let's see, that ends right here, right before the main tag ends. And then we're going to grab that with everything in it. So the div. Okay, and then let's go to the page. And actually, before I paste that in, let's also import the heading component, because we're going to put that in here as well. So we'll say heading and pass in a title, and for the title let's say add a room. Alright, so if I save that, we should see the title or the heading. Then I'm going to paste in the form that I just copied, and we're going to change all the classes to class name. And what is this? Oh, we must have comments in here. Yeah, so the image upload comment, and I think that's it. Yeah, that should be it. So now here we have our form. So basically we're going to do the same kind of flow that we did with the login and the register forms. We have our use form state, and we have an action that we submit to, and we check for errors and so on. So that's the workflow that you want to keep in mind when you're building Next.js applications. It doesn't even have, regardless of if you're using Appwrite or something else, that's just kind of the flow that I would suggest, at least, is to use server actions rather than the old way of using API routes and making fetch requests. So I'm trying to think of how I want to kind of order this. I guess let's create the action first, and then we'll just hook it up to the form. So let's jump in to actions, and we'll create a new file. Let's call it createroom.js. And I'm trying to think if I can just copy something. No, I guess we'll just type this out. So let's say use server, and we want to import, and we're using the admin client. So let's say create admin client, bring that in,
And then we want to bring in checkAuth as well. So we're going to import checkAuth. And we're going to need an ID, so we're going to bring in that ID from node Appwrite. And we want to revalidate the path, so we're going to bring in revalidate path from next cache. Then we'll create our function. So async function create room. And since we're using that hook, the use form state, we're going to pass in previous state and then the form data. And let's export this as default, create form, or create room, sorry. All right, now we want to, first off, we're using databases, so we want to get the database or databases instance, and we can do that with const and then databases, and we want to await on the create admin client. All right, and then we also want to get the user from the session, which we can do with that checkAuth. Now I'm going to put this in a try catch. Okay, so in the try, let's say const, and then we can get the user and set that to await checkAuth. Right, and then let's say if there's no user, then we're going to return an object with an error, and we'll say you must be logged in to create a room. All right, and we're not even gonna let the user go to the page to create a room if they're not logged in. So we don't necessarily need this, but just in case. Actually, let's go to the Middleware JS real quick, because I don't think I added that as a protected route. Yeah, I didn't. So we just have bookings right now. So we want to just add to this /rooms/add, and we might as well add the other ones like /rooms/my, and I think there's some others, but those are the only ones I can remember at the moment, so we'll just put those there. All right, so checking the user. If there's no user, we send an error, and then if there is a user, we keep going and we create the room, and we do that, let's say const new room. We do that with await databases dot and then create document. Now this create document is going to take in a few things. It's going to take in the database or the database ID, which we have in our environment variables. So process.env dot, and then I believe it's next public Appwrite database. Let me just double check that. .env local. Oh, and another thing, I'm not using avatars. I don't know why I put this here. Initially I was going to, but I decided not to, so we don't need that for the storage. Let's see. So yeah, the next public Appwrite database. And then we also need the rooms collection. So I'm going to grab this, and as a second argument, we're going to pass in process.env dot, and then that. Oh, that's not right. That's the storage bucket. We need the collection, which is this. All right. And then the third thing we pass in is the ID. So we're going to do ID.unique, like that. All right. Then we want the data for the new room. So we're going to pass that in as an object. So we'll say user underscore ID, and that's going to be the user that's logged in, which we now have access to, user, and then we have access to the ID. Okay, so we got the user here through the session using our checkAuth state, and now we're just adding that as the user ID. Then we want the name. So the name, all this stuff is going to come in through the form. So let's say form data.get and name. Then we have the description. I'm just going to copy that down, and then we'll select this and this. Say description. Oops, I spelled that wrong. There we go, description. Okay, we'll copy that down. Next one is going to be the square feet. So let's grab this and SQFT. Okay, copy that down. Next thing is capacity. Then we got location. Okay, we got address. And we got, what else? Availability. And price per hour. So price underscore per underscore hour. And we'll copy that down. Then we want amenities. And yeah, I think that's it. I'm not going to deal with the image just yet, so we're going to leave that. It's not required, so it's okay if we don't have it. Now after that, after we create the room, so that ends right here, we want to revalidate path, and we want to revalidate slash and layout. And then just return success true. Okay, and then if there's something wrong, we're going to console log the error, and then I believe we can just return error. Now this error, I think it has a response object. Let's try this. Let's say const error message. Set that to error dot response dot message, or then we'll just say an error or an unexpected error has occurred, and then we'll return error and set that to the error message. Okay, yeah, so let's try to hook this up. So I'm going to go to my form now, my add room page form, and a couple things that we're going to want to bring into this. So up at the top here, let's import, we need use effect. And then we need the use form state or use action state, depending on your version of React. And that's from React DOM. Then we get the router. So use router from Next Navigation. And we already have the heading. Let's import the toast. So toast from React Toastify. And we want the action that we just created. So that is going to be create room. Now we're going to do the same thing, so this should look pretty familiar. Let's say const, and we want to pass in state and form action, and set that equal to use form state. This is going to get passed in the action we want to use, which is create room, and then the default or the initial state, which is just brackets or curly braces. Then let's initialize the router. Okay, then after that, we're going to have the use effect and pass in our function, dependency array, and dependency array is going to have the state. So if that changes, then this runs, and we want to check for an error. So if state.error, then let's toast.error and pass in the state.error. Okay, if there's a success, so state.success. So if that's true, then we want to show a success. And we'll just say room created successfully. and then we'll redirect. So router dot push, and we're going to redirect to slash. And what do we got here? You're importing a component that needs use effect. Oh, so we need to, this needs to be a client. Use form state is not defined. What do I do? Use form action? No, use form state. Or use action state. Okay, so let's try this out. The image isn't going to get uploaded, but that's fine. I just want to give this a shot. So room name, I'm just going to say room 1, and I'm going to leave a bunch of dummy data and click save. And oh, I forgot to add the action right here. So this needs to be form action, which comes from right here, and ultimately it calls the create room. So let's try this again. Make sure I save that. Okay, fill this out. Room 1, save. Room created successfully. Cool. So looks good so far. We got, and again, the image, we'll deal with that soon. View room. There we go. We have our booking form, which we have yet to set up or hook up. But yeah, it looks good so far. So I think the next thing that we should deal with is images. Now, to deal with images, we need to create a storage bucket. So that means we need to go back to our Appwrite interface and go to storage. And here I'm going to say create bucket, and I'm going to call this bucket rooms, because that's what it is. It's going to be images of rooms, and I want the bucket ID to be rooms. Don't randomly generate it, just call it rooms. So create. Okay, so now we have the bucket. Now as far as permissions, I'm going to go to settings, and I'm going to click for add permissions, and then for any, I'm going to say read. It's okay for them to see it, to read, but then for all users, I want them to be able to create, read, update, and delete. All right. So, and again, you should have, since if you called it rooms like I did, then you should have in your .env local, you should have your storage right here, Appwrite storage bucket rooms and rooms. If it's a different ID, put that ID here. So we want to integrate this into our create room action, because that's where we want this to happen. So let's go just below where we check if the user, we check for the user right here and right here. And then I'm going to initialize a variable called image ID. And then I'm going to get the image from the form data, because we have an image field, or sorry, a file field in our form. So let's say const image, set that to form data.get, and then image. And the file name should be image, right? If we go to our form and we go down to the bottom where the upload is, right here, you should have you should have this name image. If your name is something else, then that's what you would put in here. Now I want to check for a few things. So let's say if, and let me just put a comment here. This is where we're uploading image. And we're going to check for, let's say, if image and image.size is greater than 0, and image.name is not equal to undefined. So we're just making sure there's an image there. And then we want to do a try catch, and this is where we want to do the actual upload. So to upload, we can say const response, and then we want to bring in where we brought in databases. I'm also going to bring in a storage instance, and I can do that because of that config file that we have, right? Just to kind of remind you, where this is coming from. We're using the create admin client, and we have this storage, a new storage instance that we're returning from here. So we have access to that, and that's what we're bringing in. And we want to use that down here, so the response is going to equal, and we want to await on storage, and there's a method called create file. Okay, and then in that create file, we want to put the storage bucket, which is rooms, and then we want to put the ID that we want to use. So I'm going to do ID unique, and then the image, which is this right here, getting it from the form. All right, so that should do the actual upload. And then I want to set the image ID. So image ID, we're going to set that to response dot and then money sign ID, because that image ID is what's going to go in the database. This will do the upload, but we want to save this in the database. Now I'm just going to do in the catch, we'll do a console log, and we'll say error uploading, uploading image, and then we'll just pass in error, and then we want to return error, and same thing, we'll just say error uploading image. All right, now this if statement here, I'm going to put an else, and then I'm just going to do a console log and say, we'll just say no image file provided, or file is invalid. Okay, now all we have to do is come down here. This is where we add our document, and we want to add image and set that to the image ID. All right, and I think that that should work. So let's save it, and let's try to create a new room. So I'm going to go to add room, and I'm going to just fill it out with some dummy data, but for the title, I'm going to say room with image, so I know that this is the one where I tried to upload an image. And I'll just grab one of these and click save. Okay, so room created successfully. Now it's not going to show here. We're not prepared to show images from Appwrite yet, but we can check to see if it actually got uploaded by going to storage and then going to our rooms bucket, and there it is. So our upload is working fine. Now we just want to be able to show the image. We want the image on the card, and we want it here on the room page. And if there isn't an image, then I just want to show like a default. In fact, I have it in the theme files. If we look in theme files images, there's this no image, which just says no photo. So what I'm going to have you guys do is just copy that no image from the theme files and put that in your public images. So right here, public, and then right in images, I'm going to paste that in. Not in the rooms folder, but just right in images. All right, so now let's start off with the card. Okay, that's where I want to start. I want to create, show the image first. So let's go to components and then RoomCard. And let's see, we're gonna go. How do I want to do this? Yeah, we'll just go right here above the return. And we want to get two things. We want the bucket ID and we want the project ID. And I'm going to put those in variables because we need to put these inside of a URL, and to use the process.env. whatever inside the URL, it's just going to be too cluttery. So let's create we'll say bucket ID, and we're going to set that to process.env. And then just let me double check. So this is going to be the rooms bucket, yeah, right here. So I'm going to grab that, paste that there. That should be right after the dot. And then we want the, what else did we want? The project ID. So let's say const project ID, and then that's going to be set to process.env dot, and then project ID, that's this right here, which is just book it. Okay, so we'll paste that in. So now that we have that, let's construct the image URL. So const image, and this is all in the documentation on how to do this. So image URL, we're going to use backticks, and it's going to be HTTPS and then cloud.appwrite.io/v1/storage/buckets/ and then this is where we want the bucket ID. So bucket ID, and then /files/ and then we want the room image. Okay, we have the room here coming in from the props, so let's put in here room.image, and then after that we want to do /view, and then we want to put on a query param here of project and set that equal to the project ID. So you see how long this URL is. Now I'm going to have a variable called image source, image src, and this is where we want to check to see if there's a room image. If there is, we want to use this URL. If there's not, we want to use the dummy image, the no photo image. So let's do, if there's a room.image, then use image URL, put that into this variable. Else, then we want to put /images/ and then no-image.jpg. If you called it something else, then put that there. And then we should just be able to come down here and in the source, just get rid of this and just do image source like that. Okay, let's save it. Invalid source prop. Okay, so what's happening here is with Next.js, if you want to use images from another party, from a third party, you have to add that to your config, your Next.js config. So let's open that up. In the root, we have Next.js config.mjs, and this is where we want to just add into this object right here. We want to add images, and we're going to set that to an object that has a remote patterns array. And in remote patterns, we're going to have an object with protocol. Set that to HTTPS. And then we want host name. Set that to cloud.appwrite.io. And then we have path name. And path name, we're just going to put in double asterisk. All right, so we'll save that. Let's reload. Cross our fingers. Okay, awesome. Now these two aren't showing because remember, those are just pointing to static images, or they include static images, but we're not pointing to them anymore. We're pointing to either the no photo if there isn't one, and if there is one, then it's pointing to the image URL. We're still not going to see it on this page, the view room, because we haven't done that yet. But this is exactly what we should be seeing. All right, and if you want, you can delete these two. I think that's what I'm going to do, is go in my database here and delete the two. Yeah, so this and this, I'm going to delete. And that might just take a second. There we go. Okay, so now it only includes the image, the rooms that I've added through the application. So now let's take care of this part, this image. So the room card is all set. We can close that up. Now we want to go into the single listing, which is going to be app rooms brackets ID page.jsx. And basically we want to do the same thing, so I can actually open that card back up because I can just copy from it. Yeah, so basically we want to get the bucket ID, the project ID, the URL. So this whole thing right here, I'm just going to grab. And then we're going to put this, yeah, we'll just put this right here. Okay, and then for the image, which is being displayed here, we're going to replace this with image source. Image source is not defined. Oh, I put img, it's image. There we go. Simple as that. So as you can see, uploading images to these buckets it's pretty simple, and to get them is pretty simple. Now I want to work on the My Rooms page, which we haven't created yet, so we're just going to see a 404. So why don't we create the page first? So we'll go to, let's go to Rooms, and then in Rooms I'm going to create a folder called My. And in My, we want to have a file called page.jsx. And let's say SFC, we'll call it My Rooms Page. And for now, let's just put fragment, and we'll say My Rooms. So now this should show. If we go to My Rooms. Now, I think that the first thing we'll do here is create the action to get the user's rooms. So let's create a new action, and I'm going to call it get my rooms.js. And when I say my rooms, I'm sure most of you get this already, but I mean the rooms that you create, not the rooms you book. We're not at bookings yet. So in the action, I think we could probably copy get all rooms. Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we just grab get all rooms, paste that in. Let's replace this and this with get my rooms. And we're gonna, let's see, we're gonna replace a couple things here in the import. So first off, we're using the create session client, and we want to get the session, so we're also going to import cookies from next headers. And then in order to get the documents of the current user, we need to add a query, and there's this query object that we can use from node Appwrite. So I want to bring that in as well. And then I don't think we need to revalidate path here, so we can get rid of that. So in the get my rooms, let's start off by getting the session cookie. So we'll say const session cookie and set that to cookies parentheses dot get parentheses, and pass in our Appwrite dash session. And then we'll check, we'll say if not session cookie, then let's redirect, not return, redirect. And we'll redirect to just slash login. All right, now down in the try catch, I want to get databases, but I also want to get account from the create session client. So get rid of this. It's going to be session, and then we're going to pass into this the session cookie dot value. Then we want to fetch. Well, first of all, before we fetch the rooms, we need to get the user's ID, and we can get that by, let's say, user, set that to await, and then account, and there's a method called get, and then we'll say const user ID, and set that to the user dot, and then money sign ID. So that'll give us the user ID. Then we want to fetch, let's say, users rooms, and I'm going to do documents. Let's see, do we want to keep this as rooms? I had this as listings for some reason. Are we using rooms somewhere else? No, so I guess we can keep it at rooms. And then we're still going to use list documents. We're still going to pass in both the database ID and the collection, but we also want to add a query as a third param here. So that's going to go in brackets, and then we can say query, uppercase Q, dot, equal, and we want to pass in user underscore ID. That's the attribute or the field we want to match, and we want to match it to the the user ID right here that we got from the session. Okay, and then I don't believe we need to revalidate here, so we just want to return rooms. And then if there's an issue, we'll say failed to get user rooms. And yeah, that should do it. So let's save it. And now we want to use this action. So let's go back into the page here, my rooms page, and we're gonna import get my rooms, so the action we just created. And I also want to import the heading component, and I want to import well, actually we haven't created it yet, but I don't want to use the room card because I want it formatted a little bit differently. It's going to have like it's going to have a delete button and stuff, so we'll create that in a second. But let's just see if we can fetch the rooms and at least show like the name. So if we come down into the function and we say const rooms, and we need to make this asynchronous. So async, because here we're calling await and then get my rooms. Okay, and then down here, let's get rid of this. And we're gonna actually, let's add the heading here. So heading, and then for the title of the heading, we're gonna say my rooms. And then underneath that, let's check rooms dot length and say if that's greater than 0, then some parentheses, else some parentheses. In the first parentheses, that's if there are rooms. So let's say rooms dot map, and we'll say for each room, then I want to just show an H3 for now with the room dot name. Okay, else, so in these parentheses, then we're just going to have a paragraph and say, we'll say you have no room listings. All right, let's save that. And there we go. So room 1 and room 1 with image, those are both mine. Now if I sign out, that was the John Doe user. So now I'm going to sign in with Brad@gmail. So if I go to if I go to my rooms here, you have no room listings because this user hasn't added one. So let's go ahead and add one. I'll say Brad's room. Choose a file. Just choose one of these. Save. There we go. Brad's room. And now if I go to my rooms, I have my Brad's room listed. Cool. So now let's create the card that I want to show for each of my rooms. So I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to call this one my room card.jsx. And we'll create this. Let's call it my room card. Okay, oops. And this is going to get passed in a prop of the room, just like the regular room card. And as far as what we want to return, let's do, let's see, do I want to, yeah, I think we have this in the themes. So yeah, myrooms.html. So if we come down, look at my room 1. Yeah, so right under the section, there's this div, and this wraps, this wraps the card, and there's only one here. So right above the main tag, that div, I'm going to grab that. It starts right after the section, so I'm going to copy that chunk, and then we're going to paste that right in here. And let's just kind of go through and, well, first let's bring in what we need. There's some A tags, so we want to import link. And then I'm also going to have a couple icons. So we're going to bring in FA trash for the delete, and then FAI for the view button. And that's going to be from React icons/FA. All right, now let's make this dynamic. So the room name, we're going to change this right here to room.name. Then this A tag, let's change it to a link. And where we want this to go is going to be, what is this for? This is for the view, just the regular view page. So I'm going to put in some backticks, and it's going to go to /rooms/ and then the room.id, or money sign ID. And we also got to make sure we change all these classes. So Command or Control Shift L, class name. And let me just make sure I'm not doing that anywhere else. Yeah, it looks like I might be, yeah. Oh, DOM property 4. So on the add form or the create form, or rooms add page.jsx, anything with a 4 attribute we need to replace. So I'm just going to highlight 4 equals, select them all, and then HTML 4 equals. Should get rid of that. And let's see. What? One of them has HTML. Looks like I might have did it for some of them, but not all of them. So I'm just going to search for HTML4, and then what is it? HTML. Oh, HTML4. Okay. All right. So back to the My Rooms. So basically the room card here, the only thing I have left is the icons. So this right here, this I tag, we're going to replace with FAI. And I think, did I want to add class? Yeah, we'll just add the inline class. So we'll say inline as well as MR1. Okay, and then this icon here, the trash icon, FA trash, and inline. All right. So, and the button, we'll hook the delete button up very soon. We'll probably do that next. But let's show this room card for all of our rooms. So back in the page, which is rooms my page.jsx, let's bring in the my room card, and then right here, instead of an H3, we're going to say my room card, and we're going to pass in a key, which is going to be the room.id, and then we have the room itself, which we're going to pass in room. Okay, so there we go. So we get the name of the room, and then we have the view button, which will take me to the room, and we have the delete button. Now, I'm not going to add an update button if you want to. That's a kind of a challenge that you could do on your own. You should know how to do that. It's really nothing new. It's all the same stuff we've been doing. But the delete button, let's hook that up real quick. So that's going to have its own action as well. Let's see, I'm just going to close this up, all this stuff. And let's create a new action called DeleteRoom.js. And for this, let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess let's just copy. No, not that. Let's just copy get my room. Get my rooms. We'll just copy that whole thing. Okay, we'll paste that in. Let's change get my rooms here and here to delete rooms. And then we want to bring in pretty much all this same stuff, but in addition, we do want revalidate path here. Let's bring that in. And we want query, we want everything else. And the delete room, or it's going to be delete room, singular. And it's going to take in the room ID. So let's say room ID. Okay, we're going to do this same thing, get the session, redirect if there's no session. And then in the try, we're getting the account and databases from create session client, passing in the session value. And then we're going to get the user's ID. So this is all good. And then here we're getting documents with list documents. We do want to get just the user's rooms. Then we want to find the room to delete. So right under that, let's say find room to delete. So we'll say const room to delete and set that to listings, or not listings, I called it rooms. So rooms dot find, and we want to pass in here an arrow function with the room, and we want to find where the room dot money sign ID is equal to the room ID that's passed into the action, and that's the room we want to delete. Then we want to delete the room, and we do that with, well, first off, let's just say if room to delete. So if room to delete, then we're going to await, and we want to call databases dot delete document, and delete document is going to take in both the database ID and the collection. So I'm going to copy those from here and then just paste those in. Okay, and then it's going to take in a third argument of room to delete, and we want the ID, so dot money sign ID. All right, now after that, we want to revalidate my rooms and all rooms. So let's say revalidate path, and we want to revalidate /rooms/my and pass in layout, and we want to do the same thing for the home page. So we want to just do that as well. Then we can return, let's go under, let's see. Yeah, let's go right under that revalidate, and let's return an object with success and set that to true. Okay, we can get rid of this return rooms, and then I do want to have an else for this if room to delete. So that ends right, where does that end? Yeah, that ends right here. So yeah, let's put else, then let's return an error, and we'll say room not found. Okay, and then in the catch here, we'll just say failed to delete room. And yeah, I think that should do it. Actually, I don't want to redirect here. I want to return an error. All right. So that's our delete action. Now we want to hook that up. So that's going to be, let's see. We have the button in our My Room card, right? So here it is. Now we could add everything into this component, but I don't want to make this a client component. So what I'm going to do is create a separate component from the delete button itself. So in components, let's create a new file, and we'll call this DeleteRoomButton.jsx. And let's say sfc delete room button, and this is going to be a client component, so use client, and we're going to import a couple things here. So now we want the trash icon here because the button is no longer going to be in the My Room card, it's going to be in here. So fa trash from React icons, and then also this is where the action is going to be run, so we want to bring in the delete room action, and then also the toast, so import toast from React Toastify. Now in the My Room card, we no longer will need the trash icon, so we can get rid of that, and we just want to grab the button here and cut it, go to our delete room, and let's paste that button in. All right, now this is going to have an on-click handler. So let's say on-click, and we want to set that to a function. We'll call it handle, handle delete. And then let's create that function right here. So const handle delete, and let's set that to an async function. And that handle delete, I do want to have a confirmation here. So let's say const confirmed, and let's set that to window.confirm, and we'll just say, are you sure you want to delete this room? Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll say if confirmed, then we're going to go ahead and delete it. Now the delete room button is actually going to get passed in the room ID, so it'll get passed in as a prop. And then if confirmed, then let's do a try catch, and in the try we're going to say const response, and then await the delete room action that we just created, and that's going to get passed in the room ID. After that, we're going to just do a toast.success, and we'll say room deleted successfully. And then in the error, we'll just do a console log, and we'll say failed to delete room with the error. And we'll do a toast.error, and we'll just say failed to delete room. All right, now we want to bring this delete room button into the My Room card. So here, let's import delete room button, and then what we want to do is paste this in down here where we had the button initially. So delete room button, and we want to pass into this the room ID, which we can set to room dot and then money sign ID. All right, so we should still see the same thing, right? Okay, so we see the same thing, and now I'm going to click on delete. I'm going to click OK. Room deleted successfully, and it goes away. Awesome. So yeah, we're getting there. I mean, the only thing left is the bookings. We can create rooms, we can view them. We have our image uploading, full authentication. So yeah, I think now it's time to get into bookings. All right, guys, so I went ahead and I just added some new rooms here with some data, all the data that was in the JSON file, and 3 of them are from a different account, and then 1 of them is from the account that I'm currently on, which you can see here. All right, and if you want to do the same, you can just, pause the video, add some more rooms. And now we want to deal with bookings, which right now we have this page that just says bookings. And before we write any more code, we need to create a bookings collection. So if we go to our databases, go to our Bookit database, we want to create a new collection and call it bookings. And we also want the ID to be bookings. So we'll click create. And then there's 4 attributes we want. We want the user ID, the room ID, the check-in and check-out. And check-in and check-out will be date time. So let's click attributes, and we're going to add a string of user underscore ID. And for the size, I'll say 100 and required. Next, we're going to have the room ID, but this we want to be a relationship because it's going to have a relationship with the rooms collection, right? So let's click on that, and it's going to be a one-way relationship, and the collection is rooms, the only other collection we have. The attribute key is going to be room underscore ID, and then the type of relation is going to be many to one. And if you look right here, it explains what that is. Bookings can contain one room ID, and room ID can belong to many bookings. So that's the type of relationship we want. And then I'm going to choose Cascade for deleting, because if we delete a room, then we want the bookings to cascade, and we want to delete those as well. So let's click create. All right, then we want to add another date. We want a date time field, and that's going to be check_in, and I'm going to make that required. Okay, then we want another date time, and that's going to be check_out, and that will be required. So those are the only attributes we need. Now, as far as permissions, we're going to go into settings here and add permissions for all users, because right now there's no permissions, right? Nobody can do anything. So what we want to say for logged in users, we want them to be able to create, read, update, and delete. We're not going to add read for any, because obviously you're not going to be able to read bookings if you aren't logged in, because you're not going to have any. So that's what we want for the permissions. Now we should be all set to jump in and get started with the code. And I think the first thing I want to do is create the action. That's kind of been the workflow here. Is we create the action, then we create the form or the page and integrate the action into it. So let's go to app actions, and I'm going to create a new file here called BookedRoom.js. And let's copy get my rooms. So I'm just going to grab all that, paste that in, and we'll just kind of go through and change it. So as far as what we're bringing in, we're using the session client. We're using, let's see, I don't think we need cookies. Do we need cookies? Yeah, I'm sorry, we do. We don't need query, but what we do want is the ID, because we want to generate a unique ID. And redirect, we'll keep that, and then the only other thing is the checkAuth. We're going to bring that in, so checkAuth action. And then let's change the name here and here to book room. Now back up here, we want to pass in the previous state, because we're going to be using the use form state or use action state hook, and we want previous state, and then the second will be the form data. And then this is going to stay because we want to get the session cookie, check for it, and then we're going to get, we don't need the account, we're just dealing with the database, so just databases, and we pass in our session cookie value, and then I want to get the user from checkAuth. So let's say const, and we want to get user, so we're going to deconstruct user, and then await checkAuth. And then we'll check for that user. So let's say if, or we'll check if not user. And if there's not a user, then we're going to return an error. And we'll just say you must be logged in to book a room. All right, now this stuff here, I'm just going to delete for now, and then in the error, we'll just say failed to book room. And then I don't want to redirect here, I actually want to return an error. And for this, I'll just say something went wrong booking the room. All right, now back to right here in the try, we need to basically, if we look at our form, right, our booking form, so if you go to any room, there's a check-in date, check-out date, check-in time, checkout time. But in the database, we have two fields, which is a check-in and check-out, and that's a date time. So they're both. So we need to basically combine these into date times. So first off, we're going to extract, let's say we're going to extract the date and time from the form data. So let's do that. And then after that, we're going to combine, we'll say combine date and time to, it's the ISO 8601 format. which has the date and the time. So right here, let's do first check-in date, and we're going to get that from the form data.get, and the name of that is check_in_date. And just to remind you, if you look at the form, so components, booking form, we're looking at this right here, this field, check-in date. So that gets that. Then I'm going to copy this down 3 more times because now we want the check-in time. So let's change the name of the variable to check-in time, and then, whoops, and then the name of the field is check-in time. Then the next thing is going to be the checkout date. So checkout date, and then this will be checkout date, and then we want checkout time. So checkout time and checkout_time. All right. Now we want to combine those into just having a date time field. So let's create the first one, which will be called check-in date time. And we're going to do that by getting, actually let's use backticks here. And we're going to get the check-in date that we just created. And then we put an uppercase T between that and the time. So after that, we're going to say check-in time. What am I missing here? Check-in date, check-in time. Okay, now we want to do the same for checkout. So let's just change this. So checkout date time, and then this will be checkout date, and this will be checkout time. All right, so that gives us the data we want to add to the database. Now let's put that all into an object. So we'll call this booking data. Set that to an object, and we want the check_in, which is going to be the check-in date time. Then we want the checkout date time. That's going to be put in for check_out. Then the user ID, we get that from the user we just got above, and then we can just do .id. Now for the room ID, that we don't have that available to us here. So what we're going to do is in the booking form, we're going to add a hidden field for this, for the ID. So let's go within the form. So right here, and I mean, we don't have to, we could wait to do this, but we might as well just add it now. So let's say input type is going to be hidden. And let's say for the name, that's going to be room_ID. And then for the value, that's going to be brackets and room dot money sign ID. So when we submit this form, we'll have that. Let's see. Okay, so we're getting this error because it doesn't know what room is. Room is going to be passed in here as a prop. So why don't we go to where that's where this is embedded, which is in app rooms ID page.jsx booking form. We'll just add room, and we want to pass in room. All right, so that'll fix that. So yeah, we're just going to have this hidden field, and that gets submitted as room ID. So now we can just simply add here form data.get and the name, which is room ID. All right. So now we have our booking data. Now we need to create the actual booking. And we can do that. Let's see, we're going to create a variable called new booking, and we're going to set that to await, and this is where we use databases dot create document, and this is going to take in 4 things. The first 2 are going to be the database ID and the collection, which we can get from one of these other, so right here. Actually, we do need the ID to create an ID as well, so I can just grab those 3 from Create Room, paste those in, and then the 4th thing is going to be the booking data that we just created. All right, and then after that, we just want to revalidate. Say revalidate cache. So revalidate path, and we want to revalidate for /bookings because that's where they'll be listed, and then just pass in layout. Okay, and then we just want to simply return success. So success, set that to true. And yeah, I think that should do it. So let's save it. Now we want to use this action in our booking form. So let's go to booking form, and let's add up here. We're going to use client since we're using hooks and stuff. And let's import what we need. So we're going to need use effect. I can probably just copy this from one of the other forms, like the login. Yeah, so I'll just grab all of these. And let's see, we're not going to need link. We do need use router. We need use effect. We need use form state. We need toast. Create session. We don't want that. What we do want, though, is our book room action. So let's import book room. All right, so the room's getting passed in here. Let's use the use form state or use action state, depending on what version of React you're using. So we're going to say state and form action, and that's from use form state. Okay, and then that's going to take in the action we want to use, which is book room, and the initial state, which is just an empty object. Then let's initialize the router. So use router. Then we're going to have our use effect. So this is the same thing we've done on all of our other forms. In the use effect, we'll have our function, our dependencies, which is going to be state. So when the state changes, this runs. And we're going to check for an error, so state.error. If there is one, then we'll toast.error, and the message will be in state.error. Okay, and then if state.success, if that's true, then let's show a toast.success, and we'll say room has been booked. And then I want to redirect, so router dot push, and we're going to push to /bookings. Okay, and then finally down here in the form, we have to make sure we add the action of form action. All right, so let's try it out. Yeah, we'll just book this room. So I'm going to say for tomorrow, and let's say 11. Yeah, we'll do 11 o'clock a.m. to, let's say, 1 p.m. Book room. Okay, so we're getting something went wrong. Let's check the document invalid structure. Missing required attribute name. Oh, I know what I did wrong. So in the action, I used the rooms collection. That's not what we want. We want the bookings collection. Okay, and you should have this in your environment variables. But let's try that again. And there we go. Room has been booked. It's not going to show here because we haven't added that functionality. But if we go to bookings now, we should see documents. There it is. Awesome. So it has the user ID, it has the room ID, which is a relationship to the other collection, check in and check out. Awesome. Of course, we want to show the bookings, so we're going to have a new action for that. We can close up the book room and booking. We can close up all this, and then let's go to actions, and we're going to create a new file here. And what do we want to call this? Let's call it get. We'll say get my bookings.js. And then I'm going to copy get my rooms and paste that in. Okay, and then we're just going to change this and this to get my bookings. And we want to bring in create session client, cookies, what else? Yeah, redirect, query, we are going to use that as well. But we also want the checkAuth. So let's import checkAuth. And then let's see, we're going to do this, get our session, check for it. And then we just want databases here, so we don't need a count. And let's see. For the user, we're going to use checkAuth. So let's get rid of that and say const user. Actually, we need to destructure it. User, and that's going to be from await checkAuth. And then we're going to check for the user. And return error. Let's say you must be logged in to view bookings. All right, so after the if statement, then we want to fetch the user's bookings. And it's going to be similar to this. Let's rename this to bookings, though. And then we're going to use list documents, pass this in, but make sure we change this to our bookings collection. And then this is actually going to stay the same. Well, we do want to change this because we don't have this variable. We have our user, and we have the ID property on that, so we could just say user.id. But we do want to match the user ID field. And then let's return bookings, not rooms. And then here we'll just say failed to get user bookings, and let's return an object with an error and just say failed to get bookings. All right, so that should do it for the action. Now we want to use this, and where we're going to use this is in the bookings page. So if we go to app, bookings, page.jsx, I'm going to bring in a couple things here. So one is the heading component, and then we want, what else? So we're going to have a separate card for this as well, but we'll create that after. So let's just bring in the action we just created, which is get my bookings. All right, and then right above the return, let's say const bookings and set that to await get my bookings. All right, but we need to make this function asynchronous. All right, and then in the return, we're going to check for, let's see, bookings dot length and say if that's equal to 0, then something else, something else. So if it's equal to 0, we'll have a paragraph, and let's do text dash gray dash 600, and let's do margin top 4. And in that, I'm going to say you have no bookings. All right, and then else, if there are bookings, then we want to map through them. So let's say bookings.map and pass in here booking. All right, actually, what am I doing? I don't need these curly braces here. So I'll get rid of that and that. And then what I want to show for this ultimately is going to be another component called BookedRoomCard, but we don't have that yet, so let's just do an H3. And before I actually put anything in here, I want to show you what a booking includes. Because remember, that we're not getting the rooms here, we're getting the bookings, which is a collection that has those 4 fields, the user ID, the room ID, and the dates. So let's do a console.log of bookings, and you guys don't have to do this part. And if I go and reload the page, you can see what that entails. It's an array that has the user ID, the check-in and check-out, the ID created at, permissions and stuff. But look at the room ID. Since we added a relationship, we have access to all the room fields on the room ID. So it's not just this in the room ID. I'm sorry, not that, but whatever the ID is, it has all this stuff. So we can technically do booking down here. We should be able to do booking dot room underscore ID dot, and then any of those fields like the name, right? So let's get rid of the console log. And I want to try this out. So we'll save. And there we go. We have our grand conference hall. That's the name of the booked room. Okay. But yeah, like I said, we want to have a component that we pass the booking into. So let's create that now. We'll go down to components and we're going to create a new file called BookedRoomCard.jsx. And let's do sfc booked room card. Okay, and this is going to take in as a prop, it's going to take in the booking. And then for the markup, I'm going to get that from the theme files. If we go to bookings.html, and where it says booking 1, this div, which ends right here, I'm just going to grab that. Okay, and then we're going to paste that in here. And I mean, this is all hard-coded stuff for now. Let's just change the classes to class name. If I save that, oh, we didn't embed it yet. So we need to bring it into our page. So right here, I'm going to say import booked room card. And then instead of an H3, let's get rid of that. And we're going to do booked room card, which needs to be passed in a key, which I'll set to booking dot money sign ID, and then the booking itself, we want to pass that in. All right, so if I save that, now it's showing the booking, but it's hard coded, right? It's just training room. So remember, this booking has a room ID field that has all the room stuff on it. So what we can do is at the top, we'll deconstruct room underscore ID from booking. However, room ID dot name, that just is kind of weird. So let's rename this to room, like that. Now we should be able to come down here and we should be able to do room dot not ID, name. And there we go, Grand Conference Hall. So next we want the check-in and check-out. So I'm going to replace this with room dot check in, and then this, replace that with room dot check out. Okay, let's see what that gives us. And it gives us nothing. Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't part of the room. This is part of the booking. And there we go. Now it's not formatted very nicely, and I want it formatted in a very specific way. So what we're going to do is create a helper function, and you could put it somewhere else, but I'm going to put it right in here, and we'll call this format date. So const format date, and it's going to take in a date string. Okay, and then first thing I'll do is, let's say const date, and we'll set that to new date, pass in date string. All right, then I want to get the month name, so we can say const options, and let's set that to some curly braces, and we'll say month, and I want to use short, okay, because you can pass these options in, so I'm just putting it into a variable, and then const month, and we'll set that to date, and we're going to use toLocale string. Yeah, this one right here, toLocale string, and pass in, I'm using en-us, and then I'll pass in the options, which is the object I just created, and then the time zone. If you don't set the time zone, you might have some issues. We're going to use the UTC, the Universal Time Zone. So time zone, set that to a string of UTC. What's going on here? Don't want that. Oh, I forgot my... There we go. All right, so that should give us the month, right? Now, underneath that, I want to get the day number. Let's just put a comment here. So get month, and we'll say get day. So we'll say const day, and set that to date dot, and then we're going to use get UTC. Get UTC date is what we want. All right, and then we want to format time in UTC 12 hour. And if you want different formatting, you can do that. This is just what I prefer. So I'm going to say const, and let's say time options. Set that to an object, and I'm going to set the hour to numeric. Hour is going to be numeric, and then minute, minute also numeric, and we're going to say hour 12 and set that to true, and then the time zone, is it uppercase C? Yeah, time zone, we're going to set that to UTC. All right, so now we want to get the time, set that to date dot, whoops, date dot toLocale string, and en-us. If you're somewhere else, you can use that, whatever your region is, and then time options. All right, so time options. Now we can make the, let's say, final formatted string. So we're going to return from this function, and I'm just going to use backticks here, and we want the month. So month, and then a space, and then the day, and then space at, space, and then the time. Okay, so now we should be able to just wrap these. So the booking check-in, I should be able to wrap that in format date, and then wrap this as well. So format date. All right, let's try it out. There we go, October 3rd at 11 a.m., October 3rd at 1 p.m. So yeah, I know it's kind of a lot, but I mean, I just want it formatted a specific way. So now the next thing we do, the view room, we want to have that go to the actual room, not room HTML. So let's bring in the link component from Next. And let's set this to link, and the href here, let's put some curly braces and backticks, and it's going to go to /room/ and then the room dot $ID. Okay, so that works. Now we want to be able to cancel the booking. So we're going to have an action for that. Let's see, so actions, and let's call this cancel booking.js. So I love how this is structured with the actions, because you can just see everything you can do in this application, you can just see it right here and just go directly to it and change it. So it's I think it's structured in a very clean way. I think it's much cleaner than API routes. But that's not to say that API routes aren't useful. If you're building a service where you want multiple front ends, maybe you want a mobile app, you want a web app, or even something else, then you'll have a nice API to work with if you're using API routes. But if you're building a monolithic application like this, then I think this is the best way to do it. So for cancel booking, let's copy, again, we'll just copy the get my rooms because it has most of the imports and stuff that we need. So yeah, this, cookies, that's good. We don't need query. We can get rid of that. I do want revalidate path. So let's import revalidate path from next cache. And then we also want checkAuth. And yeah, that should be good. Let's change this. So instead of get my rooms here and here, we want to change that to cancel booking. And let's just handle the error while we're at it. So we'll just say failed to cancel booking, and then return an object with error failed to cancel booking. All right, so let's come back up here, and again, we're doing the session thing, checking for it. In the try, we're just using databases, so we can get rid of that, passing in the session into the create session client. And then let's see, we want the user from await, what is it, checkAuth. Check for the user. And we'll say you must be logged in to cancel a booking. All right, so to do the actual canceling, we have to first get the booking. So I'm just gonna get rid of this stuff here, and let's say we'll say get the booking. So we can do that with let's see, we're going to say await databases, and then we're going to use get document, which is going to take in the database ID and the collection, which I'll just copy from a different thing here. Yeah, so right here. Okay, but make sure you change this to not the rooms collection, the bookings collection. So you can see why I use these variables, because we're using the collection name in so many different places. If that was to be changed, then we would have to change them in all those places. I'd rather just have it here so we can change it in just the .env. Now let's see. The cancel booking is actually going to get passed in a booking ID, and that's what we need to pass in as a third argument here, is booking ID. So that'll get the booking for us. Now we want to check and make sure that the booking belongs to that user, because we don't want just anyone to be able to cancel anyone's booking. So let's say check if booking belongs to current user. Okay, so to do that, we can just have an if statement, and we can say if the booking dot user underscore ID is not equal to the user dot ID from the session, then we want to return error, and we'll say you are not authorized to cancel this booking. All right, then we want to cancel or delete the booking. So for that, we can await databases dot, and then we want to use delete document. And again, that's going to get passed in both of these things. Actually, it's going to get passed in all three, the booking ID as well. All right, then we just want to revalidate the path of bookings. Oops, it should be /bookings. And then just pass in layout. And then finally, we want to return. We're just going to return success, true. So that's our cancel booking action. Now we want to hook that up, and that's going to be hooked up in the BookedRoomCard component. All right, so in order to use it here, it has to be a client component because we're handling events. However, I don't want this to be a client component, so what I'll do is create a separate component, and we'll call this, what do we want to call this? We'll say cancel booking button.jsx. So cancel booking button. And let's see, we're going to make this client, so let's say use client. And this is where we're going to bring in the action that we just created. So let's import cancel booking, and then I'm also going to import toast. And let's see, this is going to get passed in the booking ID as a prop. And let's copy from the booked room card. We want to grab the button. So right here, just going to cut that, and then we want to put that in right here. And before I do anything else, I'm just going to save it and bring it into my booked card. So import cancel booking button, and then we're going to put it right here. And it needs to know, what do we pass in? The ID, right? Yeah, the booking ID. So we're going to set that to booking.moneySign.ID. Okay, and it should show us the same thing. Now, let's add the actual functionality, which is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to add an on-click. I don't know why there's an href here. Let's get rid of that. On click, and let's set that to handle. What do I want to call this? Let's say handle cancel click. Okay, and then we're going to add that up above the return. Let's say const handle cancel click. And that's going to be async. Okay, and I want to do a confirmation since we're deleting something. So we'll say if not confirm, and we'll say, are you sure you want to cancel this booking? Yeah, so are you sure you want to cancel this booking? Then we're just going to return. All right, else, we don't need to put else, but down here, let's open up a try catch. Okay, and then we want to use the action, so I'll just have a variable called result, set that to await cancel booking, and remember that gets passed in the booking ID. All right, then we want to check for success. So if, because remember it returns either result.success or error. So I'm just going to check for result.success. And if that's true, then we're going to toast.success and say booking canceled successfully. And yeah, it should be good. Now in the catch, we'll just do let's do a console log and just say failed to cancel booking along with the error, and then return failed to cancel booking. All right, so let's give it a shot. Come over here and cancel. I get a confirm, okay. Booking canceled successfully. Cool. So things have gone pretty smooth here. I was expecting to have more issues, misspellings and things like that, but yeah, everything's been going pretty well. Now, one thing I forgot is to add the heading. So in the bookings page here, I already brought the heading in. So we just want to go right at the top here and add in the heading with a title. And for the title, I'm just going to say My Bookings. There we go. Yeah, so that looks better. So now one very important thing we need to implement is checking the room availability, because if there's a room booked from, say, 1 to 3, if someone tries to book it on that day at 2 or any time in between 1 and 3, we don't want them to be able to book it, because then it would be double booked. So that's a pretty crucial part to building an application like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new action called check room availability.js. And we can copy over one of these, I guess, get my rooms. We'll just stick with that, copy it, paste that in, because we're going to pretty much use all this stuff here. Yeah, even query, redirect. Now there is another package I want to install called Luxon, and that will, it allows us to manipulate dates and times. And I was having issues with comparing the dates. It was still letting me book even if there was an overlap until I used this Luxon package. So we're going to go ahead and install that. Let's jump down here and say npm install, and it's Luxon. And then in this action, we're going to import the date time object from Luxon. Okay, and then let's move down into, we want to change this and this to check room availability. And we want to do this, so get the session cookie and so on. In the try catch, we just need databases, we don't need account, so we'll get rid of that. And then let's see, I'm just going to get rid of the rest of this that's in the try for now. And then in the catch, we'll just say failed to check availability, and then we'll do a return with an error and say the same thing. All right, now up here in the try, under where we're getting the database instance, we want to fetch all bookings for a given room. So to do that, I'm just going to copy from one of these other ones, like get my rooms. So this right here, I'll just copy that block of code and paste that in, and then I'm going to change rooms to bookings. And let's see, we want to change the collection. It's not the rooms collection that we're looking for, it's bookings. So we want to change that. And then for the query, instead of matching the user ID, we're matching where the room ID matches room ID. Okay, and that room ID is going to come in through here as an argument. So let's say room ID, and then it's also going to take check in and check out. Okay, so that's this represents what we put in the form for the check in and check out. All right, so back down here under where we fetch all the bookings, we then want to loop through, let's say loop over bookings and check for overlaps. So let's do for, we're going to use a for of loop. So for const booking of bookings, and we want to get the check-in date time and the check-out date time. So that's going to be, let's see, booking check-in date time, and that's going to be set to Now, we're going to take the booking dot check-in, check underscore in. Remember, that's the name of the attribute or the field. But this is where Luxon comes in. We want to wrap this in a function that converts it to a UTC date time. So up here, above the check room availability function, I'm going to create a new function, and we're going to call this to UTC date time. Okay, and it's going to take in a date string. All right, and what we want to do here is pretty simple. We're just going to return, and we're going to use that date time object from Luxon that I brought in, and there's a method called from ISO. So from ISO, and then that's going to take in the date string that we pass in, and then some options, and in those options I'm going to say zone, and we're going to use UTC, and then we just want to add on to this the method of to UTC, like that. Okay, and then we can just come back down here. Actually, let me put a comment there. So this will convert a date string to a Luxon date time object in UTC. All right. And I needed to do this in order for the matching to work. It wasn't, there was something to do with the time zones. I hate dealing with times and dates and time zones in programming. So let's wrap this into UTC date time, like that. And then we're going to copy this down, and we want to do the same for the checkout. So this will be booking checkout date time. All right, so now we have those. Next thing we're going to do is check for an overlap. So I'm going to create another function to check for the overlap as well. So basically we want to match this check-in and this check-out with this check-in and this check-out. But we also want to wrap these in the to UTC date time function. So why don't we do that right here above where we fetch the data. So we'll say const, and I'll call this check in date time. Set that to UTC date time, and then we're going to pass in check in, which comes in as an argument, and then same thing with the check out. Okay, so we're just getting all the date times in the same exact format and same exact time zone. So we're basically going to match these to these, but I'm going to create a separate function that does that just to kind of keep it clean. So up above the check room availability, let's say we'll say check. What do we want to say? Check for overlapping or overlapping date ranges using, I guess, no, we'll just say that. So function, what do we want to call this? We're going to call it date ranges overlap. Okay, and it's going to take in 4 arguments. It's going to take in check in A and check out A, and then check in B and check out B. All right, and then what we want to do is just return, it's a single line. We're going to say if check in A is less than check out B and check out A is greater than check in B. Okay, so just look at that, make sure that you have the same exact thing. And I know it's a little confusing, but let me try to just explain it a little bit. So let's say the check-in A and check-out A represent the form, the dates that we're looking to book, right? So let's say we want to book from we'll say from 1 o'clock to, and then the other A is the check-out, so 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, right? And then the B represents what's already in there. So let's say there's a booking for 2, right? So there's a booking in there for 2 to, let's say, 5, So what we're saying here is check in A, which is 1 o'clock, is if that's less than check out B. I don't know why I put C here. So if that's less than B, so is 1 o'clock less than 5 o'clock, which it is. Now that on its own doesn't mean that there's an overlap, because you could have, like, this could be 1 to 1:30, right? So if this was 1 to 1:30, this is still true, right? So A is still less than B. However, this isn't within this range. So that's why we have this right side where we're seeing if check out A, if this is greater than check in B. And in this case, it's not, so it's fine. But if we have this at, 3 o'clock, then yes, then this is greater than that, and that means there's an overlap. All right, so what's happening here is if this is true, then that means there's an overlap and we can't do the booking. So now let's come down here and let's run that function within our loop, and we're running it within the loop because we're doing it on every single booking for that room. All right, so let's say if and date ranges overlap, and then we're going to pass in a few things. We're going to pass in, where is it? These two, right? So we get check in date time, check out date time. So that, and then I'll just go ahead and copy that down and change that to out. So those are that represents the dates we're looking for, and then these two represent the dates in the database already. So that, and then check out. And if this is true, then that means there is an overlap, so I'm going to return false from here. All right, because ultimately we're saying we're going to use this whole function here, check room availability, by saying if check room availability, then if it's true, then book, right? If it's false, then don't. So obviously we want to return false if there is an overlap. In fact, I'll put, let's say, overlap found, do not book. All right, now if this is not true, that means there's not an overlap, so we're going to keep going, and we're going to go outside of the, we want to be outside of the loop here, still within the try, and let's say no overlap found, continue to book. So we just want to return true. And yeah, that should do it. So I'm going to save this file, and where we want to use this is going to be in the book room action. So let's open that up, and let's bring that action in. So I'm going to say import check room availability, and let's see, we're going to use this right before where we create the booking data. So right here, let's say check if room is available, and I'm going to create a variable called is available, and I'm going to set that equal to await, and then check room availability. Okay, and then we want to pass in the room ID. So right here, where is it? Right here, the room ID, the check-in, and the checkout. Now the room ID, we don't have that in here yet, but that's coming in through the form. Actually, we have it right here. So I could just put that in there, but since I'm using it in two places now, why don't we just create a variable? So we'll say const room underscore ID and set that to that. And then we can just use room. Actually, I don't want to use an underscore. Stick to convention here. So like that, and then we're passing in room ID, and then we want to pass in room ID here, and then for the dates, it's going to be these two, right? Check in date time and check out date time. So check in and check out, and that will return true if there's no overlap. It'll return false if there is an overlap. So let's say if not is available, So if there's an overlap, then I'm just going to return an object with an error, and we're going to say, what do we want to say here? This room is already booked for the selected time. And that should work. So let's try it out. Let's go to rooms, go to the grand conference hall. I'm going to choose tomorrow, and I'm going to choose 1 o'clock p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. And I'm going to book that, and that should let me. Okay, so that let me because there were no other bookings. Now let's try it again. I'm going to go back to the same room, and I'm going to try a date that does overlap, or I'm sorry, a time. So 2 and a date, of course. So let's do 2 o'clock p.m. to, let's say, 5 o'clock p.m. So this shouldn't let me, right? Because the other one is between 1 and 3, and obviously 2 is in that. There's an overlap. So let's try it out, and it doesn't let me. Now, if I were to make this 3:01, it should let me because it ends at 3, the other one. So let's try that, and it lets me. Okay, so you can see this one ends at 3, and this one starts at 3:01. And of course, if you wanted to change the logic, you could. So maybe if there was, maybe you want to have an hour break to clean the room or something like that, but we don't need to get into that. So yeah, and I would say that's one of the most important parts of a project like this is you don't want people to be able to double book. All right, so that's our application. So it's now complete, and now what we're going to do is deploy it to Vercel. So I'm going to just go ahead and sign out, and I'm going to close that up and just close these up. Now you're going to want to push to GitHub. Okay, I've already done that. So if I go to my repositories, I have my Book It app right here. It's private now, but it will be public for you guys by the time you watch this. So you do need to get it on GitHub, and I'm sure most of you guys know how to do that. But if not, just make sure you have Git installed. Just check, make sure you have it installed, and then just run git init in the root of your application. That'll initialize your repository. Then you can git add all, that will add everything to the staging area. Then you can git commit -m and then a comment like initial commit, and that will commit to your local repository. Then you want to go to GitHub, click the plus sign, create a new repository, and it'll give you a git remote command, and you just run that. That'll add it as your remote repository, and then git push will push it to GitHub. Okay, once you have it there, we can then go to Vercel, so vercel.com, and this is the pro account, I think. Yeah, so the free account is very generous, and you'll be able to do everything free without any credit card information or anything. And then add new project, and then you can just find your project. Mine's right here, the first one. So I'm going to click import and configure project. Now the environment variables, you're going to want to grab all of these from the .env local, and it's a cool feature that you can just copy this, the whole thing, click in the first one, paste, and it'll add all of them for you. Now the public URL, right now we don't have the Vercel domain that they're going to give us because it gets set up after we deploy. So I'm going to leave this at localhost, but I'll come in and change it after. But the rest of this stuff, yeah, that's all going to stay the same, your Appwrite key and all that, and then we can go ahead and deploy. All right, so now we're deployed, and we can, first I'm going to continue to the dashboard, and if I click on this, it should open a new tab with the application. Now this is the current domain that Vercel gives us, and of course you can add your own domain that you buy, like bookit.com or whatever. I'm sure that's taken. But let's take this URL now and just go into settings and then environment variables, and I'm going to change, where is it, the public URL. I'm going to edit that, and instead of localhost, I'm going to put this in here and save it. All right, now you can kind of go around and test things out. So for instance, let's register a new account, and it's the same Appwrite account, right? I'm using the same API key, so I don't have to change anything there. Any users that I registered locally are still going to be able to get logged in here because it's the same account. But let's try this out. We'll do I don't know, Harry White, Harry at Gmail. All right, so we'll log in. All right, so we're able to create an account, log in. I should have no rooms, obviously, because it's a new account. I should have no bookings. And let's try to create a room. So I'm just going to add room, add a bunch of dummy data here. We'll say Harry's room, grab an image, save, and there it is, Harry's room. And I should see that in my room listings here. Okay, now let's try a booking. So I'll book the this right here. And I still have that booking from, what was it, 1 to 3 or whatever. So if I try to book within that time range, it still shouldn't let me. Okay, so it's not letting me. But if I change this to something like, let's do 4:39 to 5:39. Oh, I booked another one too. That's right. So let's do like 8. All right, there we go. So it's deployed, and of course you could add your own domain name. I'm not going to do that, but yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I know this was a friggin' long video, and congratulations if you actually followed through the whole thing and built the application. I hope you learned a lot, and thanks for watching.